Hey,
What's up?
Let's see if he can hear us.
hello.
How's it going?
What's up,
Good,
dude?
dude.
Just move some shit around here.
Sometimes, yeah, dude, you gotta, you might have to move the big map out the way first a little bit. And then you can go from there. Sometimes you're kind of stuck behind
All right. Oh, righty. Okay, Rose, you all set?
I think so.
All right.
Okay, so Rose, quick introduction. We got Brandon here. Brandon's our friend Rob.
Hi there.
Hey, Brandon.
And Brandon's, yeah,
Step in for our.
be stepping in,
Stepping in for their.
replacing Grey Mist.
There's always a little bit of a lag on that. Just wait for it. You can think about four holes. Kind of, it's got everything.
Doesn't have a audio stuff too.
It's all integrated. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I think your cursor is still on. There.
Who's playing what character? Or should we wait till?
Yeah, we can do quick introduction. So, okay, so what? First of all, first order of business is going to be Grey Mist. So Grey Mist explained to you that her health has not been so good, and she cannot continue in the adventure. And she realized this at the archery fest, and she had basically just said that she must go tend to her health, and she is leaving the party. And she leaves you with a potion and with the bag that she bought. So I want you guys to decide who's going to take those.
I'll take the bag.
Okay. Do you remember what bag was?
It was like a bag of holding.
Yeah, it's a.
That mic is so sensitive.
Okay. So let me real quick. Let me just get the details of that.
Do you want me just to put a bag of holding in, or did you create?
No, because it's a special bag, but you can. I'll tell you how to do it in a second.
Okay.
It's in Beyond.
Okay.
It's called the Journey. Yeah, and this here.
Perfect.
Oh,
But then that's freaking.
perfect.
Excuse me.
It's called the Journey Maker Bag of Holding.
Let's see if I
Journey
can.
maker.
And what you want to do, Sean, is
Oh, I found it.
yeah, you can actually actually, you know what? I'm sorry. You got to add it as a backpack, and then in the notes section of the item, when you click on it, you can customize it on the right panel. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, here, let me get to that real quick. So
And then what you do is it'll be a backpack, so you can put things into it, but then you can rename it in the notes, and you can also put the description in there. So it totally allows you to customize it.
Okay. Let me make sure that I actually.
I'm really cool about
Well, I have it equipped. It didn't say that it was a backpack.
it. No, you don't want to do that. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't equip the magic item. Just put a backpack in your inventory,
Put a backpack in there.
and then go to customize in the notes and rename it. and you can also put the description in there from the D&D Beyond magic item description if you want.
Okay.
But at least this way you can put items into it. It's a container. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So let me.
And so what you remember, so about the journey back, the journey is it holds half of what a bag of holding holds. Bag of holding holds up to like 500 pounds of stuff. This only holds 200. It's just a hit bag.
Okay.
And it also has potion slots inside of it. And the potion
200 pounds.
she's giving you
200 pounds worth of stuff. Okay. I wrote Journeyman's bag of holding, then I in the notes said it holds 200 pounds worth of
Great.
stuff.
and then you can put whatever you want in that bag, so it's going to hold 200 pounds. And then the potion is called the Essence of the Raven potion. Now, who wants that? That might
Gonna make
be.
it fly or something.
I will say that potion seems quite flavorful for Ruatha. You guys call, but why don't you just decide who's going to carry the potion?
I have a potion
What-
of flying.
What's the potion called?
It's called the Essence of the Raven, and it
Well,
when
it's totally
consumed
robot.
for the next minute, you add +4 to your intelligence ability score. You gain dark vision if you don't have it, because there's no dark vision in this game, but this potion will give it to you. And then you can fly as if the fly spell were casted on you.
Yeah, give that to.
I would say give that to
Ruatha?
Ruatha. I already
Oh,
have
maybe.
my own.
So
potion.
Ruatha, you can put, it's in D&D Beyond, you can put Essence of the Raven potion into your inventory.
All right.
Okay, so Gramus leaves, bids you farewell, and you are at the archery festival still, where the contest just took place. And just to cue in, is it, how do you pronounce your name? Anon. Anon. So, Anon, you are attending the Feldaris Archery Festival, which is a festival dedicated to the elven god of archery. And this is a pretty big gathering. It takes place once a year. It's a pretty big fest. And what the party had been doing is, well, you can role play this out. But so Gramus leaves, and you guys are all here, and you are all now discussing your next moves. And now that Gramus has gone, what is your thoughts? Role play out your thoughts about Gramus leaving.
Does anybody get the idea that this has to do with the archery tournament?
Possible.
Possible. Ruatha, you did amazing, by the way. I have to admit.
Yes, the rules are a little unclear, but we figured it out.
I suppose that's true. I don't know. I don't know where she's going. I bid her well, I suppose. But
Probably back to reading her books.
probably. It's kind of strange to have. It's kind of strange to have only 3 people now, I suppose. But we can work with that.
And remember that you were, you guys are on a very critical and dangerous mission, and you know that you've lost the party member, and you can't help but to wonder, if that's good or not, and what the sages may have to say about that, because they brought Gramus into this mission. So again, just like, what's your thought? I mean, what do you guys think about Gramus leaving? You're all just conversing right now. She left, and you're all just at this arc.
I don't trust magic. Who needs magic when you have a blade? Well, not your kind of magic, though.
I see. Not. I would say you cast magic yourself, Gregor.
Right, but it's different than what Grey Mist would do.
You mean arcane instead of divine instead of arcane.
Well, yes. I mean, we know where our powers come from. I don't know where hers came from.
I suppose that's true. Again, I might not have like a good blade, but I do like a good cudgel.
True. So she did kind of come in handy with
The
couple of
fireball
groups.
The fireball spell.
Quite powerful.
Yes, that was quite powerful. I haven't even shown my most powerful spells yet, though.
Well, we definitely need to find a 4th. I don't think we can do this with the 3 of us.
What do you think the chance we just find someone here? I don't know if that's very likely.
Well,
I don't know if that's very likely. It's kind of a. Well, no, I suppose it could, as long as they get along. I suppose.
I'm not too good with people, so maybe
Aren't you a paladin?
maybe you are Roth. Well, I am, but I'm still not good.
Okay. I'm not good with people at all. I think I think we have to go with our elf friend here in order to do that. I suppose.
Roth is quite good with conversing and meeting.
Indeed.
Well, besides the whole pirate thing, but that's all right.
I don't shy away from conversation.
No, I
Sure.
suppose that's true. You do love to say that you're a pirate.
I am.
That is
Indeed.
true.
So you guys are.
Although no one knows me around here, I'm quite discouraging.
Nearby.
Is that you?
No, he is the one. He is not that one.
I have a shield.
What?
Not
You have
the
the shield.
that one.
I put the yellow thing on Rob's mini so we can see it a little bit.
Oh, okay. So Rob, that's okay.
I'm the one in the middle.
So you guys are here, and you're just standing near this sort of little market tent. And who has the highest passive perception?
18.
18. And the evening, the contest has ended, and it's now approaching kind of early evening. And if you remember, and I'm just going to speak this stuff, Brandon, and just so that you can kind of get clues about some of this is it is always twilight in the Wildlands. So there's basically I won't go into too much detail here, but like the sun is just above the horizon during the day, and it just slightly lowers behind the horizon at night. And it's now kind of approaching evening, and there's a phenomenon in the world called the twilight mist, and this mist is like a fog that materializes every night with complete regularity, and you start to see it appear, and it's approaching evening. And that you can see the glow of the fires that are lit around the festival, and the festival is actually starting to even pick up more now. There are more and more people coming in, even as night begins to fall, as twilight nighttime begins to fall. And Renard, you kind of, as you guys are conversing about the departure of Grey Mist, you see a figure kind of over by the stand, and he's looking kind of looking through some of the goods, and he's kind of raising an eyebrow and looking over at you guys. And you overheard them. You overheard what they were saying. And now you're both kind of eyeballing each other a little bit. And Renard, you're particularly inquisitive, because he's been kind of, almost looks like he's kind of eavesdropping on what you're saying. And there's people all around, and
Do I notice Renard looking that way?
I speak.
yeah, you just kind of notice that Renard's attention has been averted to looking at this druidic.
What is it this time?
There might be another. There's someone kind of eavesdropping this.
I'll make my way over and present myself. Greetings, travelers. My name is Enan. I apologize for the interjection, but I couldn't help but overhear what you were speaking about. And if I may, I would like to further introduce myself.
Whatever could you need?
I am a druid of the Circle of the Stars, and it has been my job and duty over the past 10 years to study the constellations in the sky. And these constellations have showed me many things, and most recently there has been a change. I believe that perhaps our paths have crossed for a reason, and I have recently had nightmares of a great evil beyond some kind of portal. I do not know where this portal is and if it is even open yet. But I do know that it is a true threat. And I would like to see this threat contained. And if you would also be on a similar mission as myself, I think it would do us good to join together. I believe I have much that I could offer you guys. I know powerful magics. I know magic that can heal an injured ally or harm a dangerous foe. And I believe that if you give me a chance, I can prove myself worthy of your trust.
Perhaps it is fate that has brought you here. We recently lost a member. It's almost as if the gods told the portents of someone coming.
And you are all quite astounded at what he has said to you, because he has had a premonition, and the premonition is almost aligned with the mission you're on.
It's interesting that what you speak of is exactly what we're trying to do. We did not have dreams or nightmares, though. Perhaps it is fate that brought us together.
It has been written in the stars.
I suppose.
We have come across others, such as yourself, saying that they've seen things and know things. How do we know that you're telling us the truth? How do we do an insight check?
I also go forgive my friend, too. Well, go. You can roll.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Roll me an insight.
Very understandable.
Not very. That would be a sin.
You don't really. I kind of go.
No sensation.
I go forgive my friend. We.
I'll say Anon doesn't necessarily have anything to hide, but would be a little strange to interact with. He's grown up mostly in the wild his whole life and has had very few interaction with other people. So he doesn't speak like everybody else, any of you guys, and he doesn't show a lot of emotion. He's just kind of straight to the point and speaks matter of factly.
Okay. I kind of go forgive my friend. We were stopped on the road by. Was it Brood Camp? Not Brood Camp. What was they're like a
What
big.
was that guy that was on the
What, like,
path?
what are the guys?
They're
What are
trying to
they
convert
called?
us.
They're like darker skinned.
The wait, where did you meet him?
Remember the prophets that were on the path that we saw that were trying to convert us over to?
Oh yes, that yeah.
regarding
Were
the
they-
moon.
Yeah,
and-
who were they? You're asking?
Were they?
yeah. Because remember they were saying all kinds of things like that.
Yeah,
too.
they were Gloom Creek.
They were Gloom Creek.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were stopped by Gloom Creek on the way here, and they were very, very forward about their religion.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because you do, as the festival begins to fill with more people, you see many more people with the markings of Gloom Creek. You see many people with tattoos on their faces. Many of them are colored like in a gray and purple, and that is you know this to be a trademark of the Gloom Creek. And there are several of them, many of them, in this festival right now.
Do we recognize any of them from the ones that passed us on the road?
You do not.
Okay, thank God. Sorry.
And you know that the Gloom Creed live by night. They sleep by day and live by night, and they're all coming out. They're coming into the festival. So I'll leave out the final. So,
Well, I'll describe my character as in full armor. He's about 6.5 feet tall, very large, with a two-handed sword on his back. And his name's Gregor Clebane. And
He likes to hit.
that's you see. So I'm just kind of scowling at you. Kind of like I'm not.
I kind of look. I just go. So we were stopped by some again people who are not as forthcoming as you were. so we're a little wary.
I understand any hesitation. I do not expect you to make a hasty judgment. However, I do believe our paths are at least headed in the same direction. So our alignment would only be mutually beneficial. And I believe that trust is best earned with time.
I suppose that's true. In time, the gods, the stars above, will tell of trustworthiness. We could use all the help we can. And you see kind of an older man, probably in like his mid to late 40s. He has kind of a trimmed goatee sort of beard. He wears, what do you call, like not a beret, but like,
I think you said it was a
oh yeah, like a beret, like almost like a golf beret hat with like a little plume on top.
like a
Scottish plume, yeah. And you see he's holding what appears to be a large wooden cudgel. And he has a symbol of a star of a kind of a silvered cross that has kind of pinpoints of blue, like red light on the top and bottom and on the left and right. And of course, we can't forget our last friend here. This is Ruatha, by the way.
Ratha's a Shatter Kai, and he's a swashbuckler rogue, and he's decked out in kind of leathers and like a cape made out of feathers, like black feathers, and he has two short swords, one magical that he keeps on his sides at all times, and he seems to be a little rough on the outside, but you also kind of have a feeling that you could rely on him in a knife fight.
By the way, did you see us in the archery performance? He was in it.
I did not see you in the archery performance.
Oh,
However, I've seen you in my dreams. And I seem to remember and recall something of some kind of sages that you were speaking with.
you have an uncanny memory. Perhaps the gods really did have a portent for us to meet. Interesting. I suppose we're more than willing for the help. We have no idea what we're going to meet. We already fought orcs on the way here.
I also believe that if I continue to study the stars, that I may be able to uncover some more truths.
I suppose so. It's the least. I mean, at this point, we lost a party member.
Agreed. Seems like a fairly capable Anan, correct?
Yes.
Anan.
Seems capable enough. We'll see soon enough.
Are you a human, Anan?
I do not know the full extent of my ancestry, but my lineage comes from that of Fae and Aasimar.
So he's a custom. I'll just say this off record. He's a custom lineage, so he's kind of a combination race.
Okay.
I look like a half elf.
Okay.
Okay.
I cast Divine Sense to get a sense if he's good or evil.
And what does that spell do? It just tells you.
Well, it
which
detects
sense
good or evil, but it'll blow out a radius where I can detect celestials, fiends,
Undead.
undead.
Okay. And a 60-foot radius.
Yeah, so I can blow this out probably almost this entire area that we're in.
And it tells you if they're present, and also if
Yep,
they
I
are
got a
evil.
sense. I just sense them. Yeah, I sense any fiends, celestials,
Okay, so
undead,
you
or just good and evil. You know.
you get when you cast that spell, and you cast. Describe how you cast it.
I basically just kind of nonchalantly, kind of like snap my fingers, and then I close my eyes, kind of feel around.
And you close your eyes, you snap your fingers, and you're trying to get a sense, and you feel an aura of celestial. You feel as though there's a presence of celestial, but it's very, very dim, and it almost confuses you. You can feel it, and you think it's celestial, and you feel that the aura is good.
So I do kind of see that aura on.
You do, and it's very dim though, and it's dimmer than you would expect it to be. It's like a strange response.
So I speaks the truth.
I suppose that's true.
I'm sorry, my friend, for doubting you.
Again, I take no offense. I understand the hesitation, and I do not expect an answer.
Perhaps in time. Perhaps in time.
You, how will you describe how you will make a pact to work with this newfound interested party? You must do something to sort of indicate your trust with one another.
I'm not going to slip my hand. I'm not
Well,
holding it together.
Can we perhaps we can have a tryout period here when our next encounter with see how he does in a fight. Some adversaries.
I suppose.
It's a true test.
Okay, and so Ruatha says that to you, and I'll say that you guys all, you do like an arm shake, and you guys all shake on it,
Mhm.
and you welcome Anon to the party, and you welcome him in. So you're ready, and here's what you can do now. The evening has settled in. It's about, I'm going to say it's like about 4:30 in the afternoon. The twilight mists are just starting to kind of subtly appear. It's starting to become, or it's more like 5 or 6 in the evening. You can explore. You haven't explored much of the festival itself. You can do that.
I did a little bit with like the merchants.
You did a
and stuff.
little.
Yeah.
Does it get fully night at all?
It doesn't get fully
point,
night.
or-
So I'm glad you asked that. Just to confirm these things. So during the day, imagine in the real world at summertime. It's about 7:30 to 7:45 at night. Okay, or maybe right around 8 o'clock at night. What it's like at the height of July, right? That's the daytime. Then in the night, it's like 8:45. It's like dusk. You can still see. You still have range of vision. It's not fully lit. That's how the whole night is. And that's about it's starting to approach that period of the day. And you can continue. You were told that Chevra has items for sale. You can explore the festival. It's starting to get more busy, or you can head out and continue in your direction north to the Citadel of Shirakel, which is your destination at the moment.
Suppose we can see what Sheva is, but then we probably should be on our way. If this mission is as dire as it dreams important saying the stars, then we don't have much time to dilly-dally.
What you know is that you can look at different market sellers, and there is an array of arrows, silver arrows, archery supplies, rations, leather items, mead, wine, bread, baked goods, and different items that are appropriate for the archery profession.
Did you say silver arrows?
You can get silvered arrows.
Silver
Yes.
arrows. I'm gonna buy. Bernard's gonna buy 2 silver arrows, and he's not gonna have the intention to fire them. He has the intention that if someone like him gets up close, he's gonna use them because he
Okay.
doesn't really have a crossbow with him.
Okay, you're going to buy 2.
How many would 5 be?
5 would be 10 gold.
Okay, so I'm gonna buy 10 gold worth of.
So you'll buy 5 silvered arrows from a merchant.
Yes, and I hand them to Ruatha, and I tell him, "There's a lot of lycanthropy in this world, my friend. Perhaps silvered arrows will silence them."
Okay. I use can they be crossbow bolts for my crossbow?
Yes, there are. I will say that there are both longbow arrows and silvered crossbow bolts as well.
So
Yes.
I buy
Right.
5 silver crossbow bolts. I tell him that. Well, I
Well,
can't.
I offer to buy you a crossbow. Kind of a,
I suppose that's not a bad idea.
So
How
you,
about giant big one here.
You mean a heavy crossbow? I've never used one before.
you can buy that here.
How much-
They have longbows, short bows, crossbows, like all matters of bows.
if they have a heavy crossbow, maybe I'll get that.
They do.
Okay, so let me get 10 gold on the inventory.
Heavy crossbow. I'm just gonna say what is the heavy crossbow. 10 gold, maybe.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay. 10 gold for you want a heavy crossbow, and you want to buy 5 crossbow bolts that are silvered. Is that right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy 5 silver crossbow bolts for Roatha, and then I'll buy 5 more for myself.
Okay.
And I'll pay for his crossbow.
Okay.
So I'll get.
So I don't know if D&D Beyond has silvered arrows. I will put them in if they don't, but just keep in mind that what you need to add to your inventory. So,
Well, I can put So I don't know if
So,
they do. Or not.
real quick,
How much did the silvered arrows cost?
2 gold each, and then the what did I say? 10 gold.
10 gold for the heavy crossbow.
heavy crossbow.
Alright.
So let me. I go. Thanks, Roatha. I'm not really much for range, but I suppose it might come in handy, especially if we fight lightning folks.
Yes.
So, Randy, read about the lichens.
Just keep it aimed at our enemies, not my back.
I'll try my best.
They're about 3%.
I'm not what I.
And most of them are good natured.
It's almost like the.
but
Almost like that
lichen
orc
is a
that
race.
killed that one man on the street. I have.
Yes,
Oh,
these are quite accurate and deadly,
That was,
Reynard.
that was quite strange how that man died still. I'd like to look into that a little more.
That is kind of strange. The orc kind of coming out. Who knows?
So I turn to Nan. I go, well, Nan, in a fight, what can we expect out of you? I'd like to know. I'd, of course, like to be in the front.
He's a very combat-heavy person.
Well, as I said, I have very powerful magics. I could summon cloud of storm, lightning and thunder to cover the battlefield.
Interesting.
I like that.
I also have minor magics of healing that can help restore an injured ally.
As do I.
Let me ask you real quick. I didn't ask you this, Brandon. Do you so your Star Tracer? They typically have body augmentation. Do you have any?
Yes, you guys will notice as it gets closer to nighttime, his piercings will become more visible and apparent, and his tattoos that he has across his face that kind of resemble a star constellation begins to ever so slightly glow in the darkness.
Interesting. That could be very helpful.
Very cool.
That is very interesting.
And it's not very often when you guys come in contact with a Star Tracer. You're aware of them. You know that they're often Fey and they're part of the Court of Twilight. He is not part of the Court, but he is a Star Tracer. So it's pretty rare that you would come across.
So, do we have anything else in town that we need, or should we be on our way?
Yeah, like I said, so you can go to you can visit Chevra, you can visit the market, or you can head out. It's twilight mists are now manifesting. You know, like I said, it's 5 PM, so there's still visibility all night long. You can leave, or you can. And there's also a tent camp here, which you can take a full rest on if you like.
Chevra.
But, what is this Chevra?
Where is Chevra?
She has the here also. Okay, so here's Chevra's tent.
I've heard this name a few times now. So
Heard
I'd
this
like
name
to.
several-
tent.
Oh, the big tent.
Big
She
tent.
seems to be quite popular. I'm
Also,
assuming
by-
it's a she,
by the way,
right?
Did Grayness give us those 2 magic bolts that she got?
No, because I don't want to take those from his character.
But Roatha does have one.
Yes, he has the lightning. So you go the biggest tent, and this is really the biggest dealer in the festival. So if you want, you can poke your head in there, or like I say, you can spend the night in the tent camp, which is here. I'll just show you. This is the tent camp. Or you can leave. and head on your way north to. So you guys tell Anon that you're headed north to the Citadel. You're telling me.
Yeah, we would. So do we, Gregor? Do you want to see what's inside here?
I don't know. Everyone seems to be talking about this.
You know what's gonna
What
happen?
is Chevron?
Chevra?
Chevra is
Seems
really she's notorious here.
Well, I don't know. Roatha, should we see what they have to sell?
You mean to steal, huh?
Well,
No more stealing.
no.
At least don't let me see you doing it.
All right, I can do that.
What would you like to do?
So I tell Anon, I'm like, Rotha has a tendency to have loose.
Hands. He'll tell you he's a pirate, which
Most of the time, we don't even know what happens until after it has already happened. Unfortunately.
he's a pirate.
And as you're out front the tent, kind of by this fire, a vendor comes by and she says, lamb kebabs, 1 gold.
1 gold.
So I
Better be
pull out
juicy.
my thing, and I pull like 5 gold out.
Oh my goodness, a big tipper! Woo! And she just takes a big, fresh lamb kebab with green peppers and other things on it. She just hands it to you.
So I kind of look at it and I go, I thought you said a gold piece each of these kebabs. I'm giving you 5. I'd like 5 of them, please.
Oh, 5 kebabs. That's just what I have at the moment. She kind of has like a tray, and she takes the tray. She gives you 5 kebabs. Enjoy. They are the freshest.
You still have your bag of wine too.
Oh, it's like a backpack of wine.
Yes.
Hey.
A huge thing of wine from that guy.
Big
So-
fucking cup.
Rotha tried to steal some like tater tots or something that she's got.
So she actually has some vials of seasoning on her hip, and you can try to steal one of those if you want.
Sriracha sauce.
She's got some hot sauces. So all right, well, so Gregor buys some kebabs for you all, or maybe he wants them all 5 for
Well, I
himself.
kind of look at everybody. I'm already eating mine.
Yeah, you're eating.
Anybody
Fried
like
kebabs.
He ain't buying any for you guys. I
And they
guarantee you.
smell. I will say they smell absolutely
I'll
divine.
take one, perhaps.
And I kind of like just slowly give you one. All right, one.
You need to share now.
Anyone else?
Gregor, as all this happening, he kind of pokes his head through the tent just to see what's inside.
And you look into the tent, and you see the back of a woman, a female human. You see her back is towards you. It's an empty tent, but there's lots of items all around the perimeter of the tent, all dealing with archery: bows, arrows, ointments to work leather. There's quivers and all that kind of stuff is inside of this tent.
So Reynard will walk in. He goes, well, there's no point in standing out here to see if she's got anything.
And when you walk in, she turns around. Well met.
You're Chevra.
Welcome.
I suppose you're Chevra?
I am Chevra.
Yes, your reputation.
Ah, yes. Well, I sell the finest goods in the festival, that's for sure. What are you interested in?
What do you have?
I have, well, as you can see, and there's just an array of different longbows, short bows, light crossbows. There's all different kinds of ornate arrows. And so she says, I have all of those items, and she kind of looks at you, and she looks up and down and says, are you an adventurer?
I'm a man of faith.
A man of faith.
Yes.
You look as though you pretty fancy yourself in combat, no?
Well, let us just say I'm a man of faith who has had to deal with things that have not challenged my fate, but have challenged, I would say, an adventurer, I guess is a good way of putting it. I'm not past what I used to be. I don't adventure as much anymore. But I've swung the odd cudgel at things, yes.
What does the rest of the party do as you see Reynard kind of walks into the tent?
I'm gonna go over here by this box. I'm gonna sit on that box.
I'm just gonna eat my.
He's
kebab.
no, that one.
I'll,
You sit on the box
I'll
and eat
join
your
you over
kebab.
there.
Yeah, I just kind of plop down on the box and I'm just kind of eating.
That's
I suppose I would give it a try if you don't mind. I've never had
What does-
something such as this before.
What does Ruatha do?
And I've already downed my second one. I kind of look. Okay, here, give it a try. It's delicious. And like again, last time did you see me eat? It's got freaking gristle and like grease kind of dripping on my chin. They're delicious.
And they
I'm
are
not very refined.
They're basically small chunks of pheasant, pepper, and potato. And they're herbed up and they're seasoned up and they're real delicious.
I hold it up to new beginnings.
I'd be clean. Would you like some wine? And I pull a big bag of wine I have
He's
in
got
my
a
bag.
water skin of wine.
I haven't had wine in quite some time.
This is quite good. And I kind of look around for a cup or something. I don't have a cup.
And they have some wooden goblets.
I grab like a cup. I just fill it for you. It's easy. Try some.
But, it's been a long time.
I fill more in your cup for you.
It's rather strong too.
It is. It's very good though.
Okay, Ruatha, what are you doing?
So I'm finishing up my kebab, and then I'm kind of like wiping my face and getting it out of my goatee, and then I kind of rub it in on the the cloth inside that tent where that woman is, and I start looking at some of the wares she has in there, just kind of picking it off the wall and looking at it, and kind of trying to determine its value and craftsmanship.
And there are some very nicely made bows. Nothing that looks extraordinary to you, but she says to you when she walks in, "Are you too an adventurer?" She says that to you, Ruatha.
Yes, I am. My adventures are typically on the high seas.
He's a pirate.
High seas. How interesting. We certainly don't get many sailors around here. That's for sure. Maybe way up north, but not here. Well, if there's nothing else that interests you, given that you are the adventurers that you are, I think you might have interest in some of these. And she reaches down beneath a little wooden table and she has this canvas wrapped bag. And she unwraps the bag, and in it are 4 arrows, and they look they don't look fancy, but they look incredibly well crafted.
Do they look magical, Johnny? Kind of
They look pretty. You believe that they are magical, and she says to you, "Magic has forged these arrows."
What do the arrows do?
And they're she says these are Feldaris arrows, and they're made by a forger, a forger with and a wizard that lives near here. We tried to sell them, but they are exquisite and they are quite powerful. They are +1 arrows, actually. There's 4 of them.
How much is each arrow?
Well, I think I can get rid of these for 100 gold each.
I kind of look to Ruatha. Range is not my strong suit, as you know, Ruatha.
Unless they're crossbow bolts, they're no use to me.
Unfortunately, she does not have +1 crossbow bolts.
Unfortunate.
A new friend use a bow? Do you remember? Do you recall, Renard? He had a bow.
He did not have a bow.
He did not have a bow on.
So she looks at you, Ruatha, and she sees the arrow of lightning sticking out of your quiver. She says, "Did you win the contest?" She immediately identifies the magical arrow in your quiver.
Yes, me and our other companion were in the finals. And I have it like on my... I like have that crossbow bolt on my wrist, like on a wristband where I keep my other crossbow bolts.
Oh, okay. And she sees it and she says, "Amazing. Well, you certainly must have impressive skills. That is quite a powerful magic item. I wish I had more to sell you like this, but I do not. This is all that I have. You certainly can stock up on arrows, and I do have some leather conditioning items, twine, whatever, whatever you might need in terms of archery. I have. That is all that I can provide you."
I am fine for the moment.
I think we're good.
Okay.
But
Very
thank you.
impressive wares. Thank you.
Very impressive.
All right.
Let us head back.
What would you like to do now? So I would say that Gregor and Anon have finished their kebabs. And again, the festival now is so full of people. It's crowded.
Before we go, I go, wait, you said something about a wizard that lives north of here?
Yes.
What's his name?
I believe his name was Flexshear.
Lexir. And you said a forger too. Is he
Yes.
up north as well?
I believe they work together. Yes.
Interesting. Perhaps we will stop by where they are.
I do not know their exact location. The items are dropped off here for sale, and I only know that I am to give a percentage of the proceeds to them when they come to visit.
So is it an older man?
It is indeed.
I see. Well, perhaps we'll be looking out for them as we head further north.
She nods her head.
Goodbye. And walk out.
Okay.
Well, we will learn that there's a wizard and a forger that lives north of here somewhere.
Yes.
A forger.
Forger. They keep what?
A forge.
Like
Forge.
like a blacksmith?
Yes.
Hmm.
One who forges.
Not a Fletcher, a forger.
Not a fat forgerer.
They don't. Oh, yes. Right.
And your options now are to take a long rest in the tent camp or leave and head north and continue on your journey through the twilight evening.
I didn't expend any spells or anything.
You guys typically rest at night or in the morning, or when do you guys?
Well, none of you
typically-
guys are Gloom Creed, so you would you would probably be daytime and sleep at night.
Okay.
I don't know. Should we head out or? I'm full of spells.
Yeah.
I say we head out. I'm done with the festival.
It was nice while it was, but Roatha, any objection from you?
No, I say we continue on with our mission.
I suppose you're correct.
How far along are we?
You are. This is reaching the end of your second day on a 4-day journey.
Right.
And okay, so you guys begin to head out, and the festival is just lighting up. There's people all over who are coming in. And as you're leaving, the guards who you saw when you came in stop you and say, "Be safe, travelers. Where there are bands of evil in the lands."
We already found some of them.
And they ask you, "Will you be returning to the festival?"
Probably not anytime soon.
Okay. Because if you were, we could offer you a smittance if you were to come back and provide us information as to what's going on out in the landscape north of here.
North.
So basically looking for information to know that the area is secure.
We might come back, but it might be a while.
I think we told them we already fought off that orc band.
You did, and they were very. That's why they're
Told the
asking
chief.
you. They're very concerned. They looked almost worried there. So they say that to you as you're leaving.
Have you heard of any other rumors of things going on in this area?
And he says to you,
This music's quite relaxing.
It is actually. yes,
Good
indeed.
choice.
It is.
he says, I've not heard rumors, but I have heard that people are getting oddly sick in the region. Perhaps it's plague of some kind going around, or illness. That's what he says to you.
Where exactly do you mean?
I don't know much about it. People have said that there are people who have been getting very gravely ill. I don't know much about it. That's really all I can tell you.
Insight on that?
Sure.
He's got more to tell or not? It's 21.
Ooh. And you get a very strong impression that he really is he's pretty glib about it. That's really all he knows. He just heard like surface information about people getting ill, and that some of them, he does say some of them apparently dying from the illness. That's all it is to it.
You're glib, dude.
There's
You're
no
glib.
other.
That's very glib.
glib.
So
He,
this is just a natural disease?
he says,
They don't know what
I
causes
do
it?
not know. I've only heard that people have dropped, have been dropping to the ground in a grave illness, and well, you know, it's could be a flu or something that's going around. I don't know.
Strange.
This is all that I've heard.
Well,
Perhaps maybe
He doesn't
just
look deeply concerned about it. You get the impression he just heard it. Like people have been getting sick.
Perhaps maybe just a
He said he
rumor.
just heard tales about this occurring.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, I suppose we should be on our way, though.
Okay, so you
or if you get sick, I can help you with that if necessary.
you tell this to the guard.
I just kind of put my hand on his shoulder.
He looks at your hand. He looks at you. Well, thank you. I will keep that in mind. Good day and good travels, adventurers. Be
Yes.
safe. The dangerous world. That's
Absolutely.
what they say to you when you're leaving.
I hope so.
And one of them smiles. Okay, so you leave the festival, and as you're crossing the bridge, more people are crossing into the festival. This place is just real popular
Must.
right now.
That man, that was really sharp. It's a nice man.
Okay, so you are almost 2 full days into your 4-day trip. You decided to head north on the main road where you were on previously, and you take your horses.
Yes.
And on, by the way, you have a horse, and you mount them and you ride off. And
Are these visions you see? Do you often have visions that come true, or is this a common thing?
This is something new for me. I haven't experienced anything like this before. I often, and you'll see, he pulls out some stones, and they appear to be some form of lots that he uses. And he goes ahead and like bends over real quickly and throws the stones and casts the lots. And he takes a moment just to read those, and says, "These are my stones that I use. There are lots of wheel and woe.
Mm.
They will show me the way."
Could be helpful.
But as for visions, that is not something that is normal.
So you have not been told of our mission. You just
I have only seen a few glimpses here and there throughout my dreams.
so you have heard of this Modifus, this plane of evil that this portal is connected to
Mofidus.
Mofidus.
You all know of Mofidus as it's the lower plane. It's basically the equivalent of hell for this world.
I do not know much of it, but I believe I have seen a glimpse beyond the portal.
Bad tidings.
These are very bad things. Well, good too.
True.
And as you head out, this is actually what you see. This is the landscape, and it's starting to get both mountainous and forested. You don't see too much of the forest here, but you're walking this trail between these rocky foothills, and this is the path you're on, and you're heading north. And again, as you go, it gets more and more forested. So you're heading north, and you're riding. You ride for I'd say you left at about 4 in the afternoon, and you're riding now. It's probably about 10 or 11 in the evening. You've been riding for about 4 or 5 hours, and as you get to an area that is becoming, as I say, a little bit more forested, you smell something burning. The scent just fills your senses. Just smell this as if it's a fire and something's burning.
Does it smell rotten, like flesh?
No, it just smells like as if there was a big campfire or a big bonfire or something's burning. And as you continue to head north, the trail bends a little bit to the left, and then bends a little bit to the right. And you're in these foothills, and you see trees, and all the trees are of autumn color, and there's a breeze that's blowing them because, again, we're in the you may not have read this, Brandon, but you're in the season of the witch. It's the autumn months, and the wind is just kind of blowing fairly. There's gusts of wind. It's not violent or anything. And as you are riding through this trail, you see now a haze up ahead. And the haze, you believe, is smoke, and you can smell something burning even stronger.
Is it like a lot?
It seems like there's a big fire somewhere up ahead.
Do I see like any other trees on fire?
You do not see trees on fire. You see a lot of trees now, and you can't really see through them, but you can see this hazy smoke and the strong scent of something burning. And you're continuing to ride north, and this is kind of, you're riding towards where you think is the origin of the smoke.
Does it look like it comes into a clearing?
No, it's pretty. There's a lot of trees blocking your view up ahead, and the hazy smoke is just sort of just noticeable through the trees. And again, but you smell this burning smell. It's very strong.
Do we see a plume of smoke?
And you look towards the sky, and now you can, as you get closer and you continue to ride, you see above the trees now a thicker smoke, and it's kind of almost directly off the trail. And as you continue to ride, you see in the distance a village come into view within the trees. You can't make out a lot of detail, but you do see that there's some sort of a village ahead, and you see smoke rising up above the trees from where you think this village that's approaching is. Is there anything you'd like to do right now? You're on the trail, got the trees around, it's a breeze.
Two things.
And you do notice this too. You notice the sky is darkening, and you hear distant thunder.
Okay, two things I'm thinking of here. A, there's just a big fire in the middle of this, or B, one of their houses might be on fire. I hope it's not that.
You've been traveling for about 6 to 7 hours into the night until you've reached this location.
Do we have a map of this area?
I can show you this. Yeah, because I'm glad you brought that up too, because Brandon, I see this. This isn't a detailed location map, but
You say
Is it in the book too?
oh yeah. Here, I'll bring it up the screen for Rose. So, Rose, do you see that?
I see a little token of something. There we go.
Okay. So you guys are right about here. Okay.
Okay.
And obviously this is a huge world. So you're in this kind of wooded area along the foothills, and you're headed north. And so you see the you see a between within the trees. Cannot make out details. You see a village, probably about 150 to 200 yards ahead, and there's smoke coming out. There's strong sense of smell of something burning, but you just where you're at, you can't make out any more details.
So we either A, head forward, or B, we send our stealthy one forward.
I believe we send our friend forward. What do you say, Rawatha? Do you mind scouting ahead for us?
Yeah. How far ahead do you think it is?
You can tell the village is about 150 yards, so about 300, 400 feet.
How about we?
And there's a good amount of rocks, boulders in the foothills, and trees that are obscuring your view of all the detail of what lies ahead.
How about we go to like 100 feet away and then he sneaks up?
Maybe we'll just go as far as we can, where there's still some stuff that we can kind of
Hide behind.
If you
Not going to
all
clear it.
wish to proceed in a stealthy manner, I can assist with that, if you would like.
Ooh.
Okay, Anan has said that her party can be assisted with stealth. What will you do?
That would be incredible.
That would be pretty incredible, actually.
To be stealthy.
He will then raise his shield up, which you see is kind of a sun and moon, crescent moon shield. So it's got like and it's a wooden shield that he's painted with various colors, but mostly bluish moon, and then in the center is where the sun is a yellow, and a few other ornate designs around that. And he raises that up, and you see him cast a spell through that, and it's Pass Without Trace, and it starts to emanate out from the shield and cover over like a dome. And he says, as long as you stay within a certain amount of feet. I don't remember off the top of my head, but
I think it's 20 or 30.
Pretty big area.
yeah, it is a pretty big area. So he explains that if you stay within a certain radius, that it'll help to cover our presence.
Okay, so you're gonna cast that on the party.
Yeah, so it's a Pass Without Trace, a second level spell with concentration, lasts up to an hour, and a veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has a +10 bonus to stealth check. And can't be tracked except by magical means. And a creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces of passage.
Raynar kind of speaks up and goes, if we really, really want to be stealthy, I can do something too. I can make us to where, well, we'd have to stay within the radius, but we would be completely silent.
Oh.
But I think for that spell, once I cast it, it stays in the location.
Can you hear me when you cast this? Oh, maybe that's a little too much.
Maybe that's a little too much. Well,
Let's wait for the right moment.
I suppose so, yes. Should we... I suppose we can head forward then.
Yeah, I'll take the lead and kind of usher them along as we go.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody just don't look at the screen for a moment while I adjust them.
Okay.
Here, real quick.
Oh, look.
Don't look at the screen, Rose.
Alright, I'll go get a beer then.
Don't look at the screen. Don't look at it.
I mean, I'm gonna figure out Fog of War eventually.
You turn to stone.
If you do this, I swear.
If you want to do kind of a cheap
Oh, you got something I can just cover it with?
yeah.
You guys
I think.
care to try a porter?
Okay. Yeah.
cornerstone over there?
Okay, at the moment.
Yeah, like you want to like. Okay, thanks for some parts.
Oh,
Oh, look at the screen.
don't look at
I will use Fog of War on this computer next time.
Well, that's what that. What was that thing called again? That Owlbear
Owlbear Rodeo.
Rodeo.
That's what that does. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what
He
that
could,
does.
he could overlay this thing on that. I think.
Is that the one where you can put maps on it and then it like,
Yeah, like this.
and then you can cover it, right? Well, you can put it on there and then you can manipulate.
Yeah,
the map.
it'll do the fog of war on a map. You just kind of overlay it.
That's pretty
Yeah, and then
cool.
and then you use like a cursor to open up wherever you want it to be visible.
That's pretty cool.
This is gonna be rich.
Free too,
It's
which
gonna
is
be really
amazing.
rich.
It's free too, which is even more.
No, that's cool. I mean, I can't remember what I was using. Remember that thing I was using before, Rose, when I was trying to do my.
I just set you up on GIMP, and I set a layer up on GIMP, and you would just kind of take a tool and just kind of make squares and cut it out, or use a
Right.
brush to kind of brush it away.
Yeah, like kind of erase it. Yeah.
That's
How's it? Not bad. So there.
cool.
Dark and rich.
That's for sure. Is it any
It's just different. It's just very. I
modifying?
was just gonna say, yeah, it's got kind of a
I won't really know until I.
malt flavor for sure.
All right. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Anon has cast without trace in the party.
Yes.
And Ruatha, you are stealthing ahead.
I think he says.
Yeah, just kind of taking the lead as far as that goes.
I think we'll stay maybe like 20 feet behind.
20 feet. Okay.
Because we want to be within a radius.
Right, and every now and then I'll kind of wave them up. Okay, the coast is
So you-
clear.
Do you want us all to roll stealth? If we do
Um,
this stealthily.
Not just yet, because
Not just yet, no.
Yeah, he'll tell us when.
so as you move forward now, so Anon is concentrating on this. It's concentration.
Yeah.
It's concentrating on the spell. You guys are kind of walking forward on this path amongst these trees, and as you get further along, you do see a village come into view. And you can see immediately on the left side of this village, the village is kind of nestled into the foothills. Let me read this real quick. And you see massive 20-foot tall flames that are completely engulfing two structures on the left side of this village. You still aren't quite close enough to make out the details.
Wait, engulfing?
It's engulfed.
Wait, the building?
There's two structures that are totally in flames.
Jesus, I knew it.
You approach a small village nestled in a nook in the mountainside. A wooden sign stretches across the village entrance. It reads in common, Jaromé, the Copper Heart. You immediately see smoke was being produced by 20-foot flames that have engulfed two structures and two market stands on the west side of the village. You can see in the center of the village is a square with a stone statue of a heroic-looking dwarven noble with a spiked helmet, holding an unusual staff in one hand. So that is what you see from where you are. You see this sign to the entrance of a village. It says Jaromé, the Copper Heart. You see a wooden fence. That fence is in the village, and you see 20-foot tall flames engulfing two structures in the village on the left side. And you can also see you can see other buildings in this village as well. and the stone statue and a fountain in the center of the square. That's what you see from here. Going to continue forward, or what would you like to do? So on the left, let me just describe this to you. On the left, so the village seems to be fenced in with like a 6 foot high or 5 foot high fence. And you see, actually off to the left, you do see some farming structures. They look like they're like, like a gable, and there's some farm beds growing vegetation, like vegetables. And you see a couple of structures to the left that are outside of the square that are not in flames. And to the right, you see the fenced-in area of the village to the right, and the path you're on goes off to the right.
Do we hear any screams?
No.
No.
Not, you're good. You're good. You're like 100 feet away still from the entrance of the village.
We don't.
Rotha, you're roughly 100 feet away from the entrance to the village, but you can see it all now in view.
Is there a lot of smoke that kind of obscures the vision also?
To the left side, yeah, good question. Yes, there's a good amount of smoke on the left side of the village, and it is kind of slowly cascading into the village square.
We should head forward.
I agree. We need to help.
I agree.
Okay, and you're going to move forward with then the same formation with Roth up front.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're going to move all the way up.
Stealthily.
So you're kind of like slowly moving alongside this some of these trees and rocks and different things. And you come to the entrance to the village.
You don't want us to make any stealth. No, because we're not really.
Yeah, you don't see anything at the moment, but as you're walking closer though, you get to basically right in front of the sign that says Jarome the Copper Heart, and it's like almost forming an archway that you can see there.
Look, it actually says it.
Which is the entrance, and it's in copper. The words are carved copper, and when you get to this point, you see 15 bodies of dwarves, gnomes, and a few humans lay strewn about the village square. There is blood seen everywhere. There are 4 structures intact that are not touched by fire. Further in the distance, upon a natural ridge roughly 8 foot high above the square, is a line of shanty tents and a wooden shack. So that's way at the other end of this village. Smoke and the stench of burned flesh fills the air. You see no living creatures anywhere from here, and you hear crackling flames and the smell of burning wood. Off in the distance, within the grouping of the shanty tents, you suddenly see a very small humanoid creature dart from one tent to another. Cannot make out what kind of a creature it was. And this is what you see in the village.
Oh,
So you see bodies everywhere, blood all over the place on the ground. And way back here, you saw a small, very small creature run from one tent to another. And you see all these structures are totally in flames, 20 foot high. And you also see 3 random horses, unattended, no one on them, that are they're just standing in the square among the bodies.
are we able to tell how these individuals were killed?
If we
Well, I'm going to say you just walked into the square. What would you like to do? Describe what you'd like to do, where you'd like to go, what you'd like to look at.
I'm gonna walk up.
You see,
I'd like to. I'll just kind of dart into like a shadowy area and roll stealth.
okay, so your shadowy area is going to probably be off to this. You're going to have to come around this way, Ratha.
All right.
And you guys can probably follow suit then. So you're kind of coming
I'm
around
gonna-
to the right here. Is that what you want to do?
I'm gonna walk up to one of the bodies.
You're just going to walk up to one of the bodies? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go up with them and we'll try to
Which of the bodies?
Stay-
The one right there.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna
try
walk.
to move slowly and quietly.
That's me. Yeah. I'm
And
gonna.
you're going as well?
That's Gregor. He's that one. Yeah. I'm gonna walk up to the body, and I don't know if you want me to roll anything for this. I want to figure out to see, as he said, how it was killed.
You see a brutal wound to its neck.
Is it like a slash?
Yes.
And if I look kind of to the other bodies, like the one that's in front of that one, do I see something similar?
Yes. Blood just all over its chest, and you see a longbow right next to it. And you also see strewn about, you can tell from here, the fountain, there are 2 corpses laying in the fountain, and the water is blood red. And you see a morning star, a longbow, you can see in the distance a flail, and a battle axe. And you see that it's very obvious to you there was a huge fight here, and these people have all been killed.
Do the bodies all look like they're wearing similar garb, or is there some that are like one set of garb and then another one is a different set of garb?
Interesting question. So some of them look as though they have armor on, but most of them look like commoners.
Okay, most of them look like commoners. They
What
don't
kind
look.
of people are they?
They're dwarven, gnome, and a couple of humans.
And
There's
there's like
like no other bodies besides them, though.
That's all you see, and you see other structures. Let me just show you.
Are there any? Oh, sorry, I was going to ask you. Are there any signifiers on any of these bodies that I see?
You do not see signifiers,
Like
you
any-
mean
any-
tattoos, and things
Like
that.
signifier tattoos, anything that like any medallions that might say what they are or what they are, if they're like guards or anything.
No, you do not see that. And so, but this
They
is
don't
the
have their
whole.
driver's license on.
Like a name tag.
Who is that?
Yeah. Oh, poor Bob.
We got it. So I want you to see the whole area. So this is everything you guys see.
Mhm.
So you have the fountain, the statue. You've got this grouping of trees where horses are just standing around it. You see more bodies. You see these structures, and this is an 8-foot high ridge. And you see shanty tents and a wooden shack up on this ridge.
So we're on the low ground right now, then.
Yeah. This is a ridge that's 8 foot high. And you can kind of see a trail that goes up to it,
Super high.
and there's a trail that up there that goes up to the elevated area. And there's just a bunch of tents over there. So you do not see any markings. You cannot see anything conspicuous.
Okay.
You're
gonna look
all
on the-
shocked at what you see.
I'm gonna just kind of look at the ground and see if I can see tracks, footprints.
Okay. It's
you know,
okay.
like boot
Roll me-
prints, or
I wish
Roll me a investigation check.
I wish I had guidance, but I don't.
So I look at the party. I go, "Who's good at this type of thing?" I'm not so good.
Actually, you know what? Make that a perception roll.
Okay. I'm not so good at that either.
Okay.
So
I would say Gregor also was looking around for any signs of what the hell
Reynard.
just happened. I'm so sorry. Like, just what the hell is happening?
I go, Renard, look for tracks. What could have possibly? What were they fighting?
Yeah, can I
Can I
look
do
for
that?
tracks as well?
Perception roll,
Would I be able to
please.
use survival? I know that's kind of
I would like to have
Similar
a perception roll on this to see if you can see what's out of the ordinary.
13.
13.
10.
So yeah, you Renaud, you spot tracks in the blood, and they just look like humanoid boot tracks.
Are they in the direction of where the tents are going?
They you see most of the prints are scattered around, but you see a concentration of them here in front of this structure, and you can kind of see a lot of what looks like traffic from the blood, like footprints that were covered in blood, coming towards this structure here,
I said, come with me.
right next to where the flames are.
Come with me. I think there's something I have to see. And Reynard's going to run over to that building over there.
You're going to run to this building.
I'm going to go to that
I
building.
pull my sword off my bag.
Uh,
I go, this is I can't believe what I'm seeing here. The destruction.
No. I'm the guy you originally had. That's me.
You're going to go there solo.
I'll stay with them.
I asked Gregor and Ruatha to come
think-
with me.
I think we should
Gregor
stick
and
together.
Ruatha. So you're all going to stick together.
I think we should.
And you're
also-
still under the spell, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys walk over there, and
And And just to remind you, the spell does magically cover our tracks and everything. Too.
Okay. So okay, good.
Okay.
Okay. So
I kind of look at the building. Is there a door?
yeah. So real quick. So you get about this close. This two-story inn is next to one of the structures engulfed in fire. Flames dance close to the inn's entrance on the south side, which is right here.
Okay.
It's the only entrance that you see. As you approach the building, you hear muffled shouts, grunts, and glass breaking from within.
Is there a window?
And that's the only door you see in the building from here. And there are windows on the second floor. But they are covered. They're not open, but they're covered.
Gregor, come with me.
Where are we going?
I'm going to the door. I hear something breaking. I can't look. If there's people who are in danger.
So I start going toward the door. Like
Okay.
I'm running at the door.
And so
Like I'm gonna put a shoulder into it and see if I can bust it open.
Okay, so here's what you need to know before you do that. The flames of the structure next to it are so close to this building. They're huge roaring flames and they're dancing right along the building. And when you look at that door, the flames are almost touching it. You can't tell if you would take damage from flames if you go to the door. You
So
just
I-
can't tell. It's a
It
risk.
doesn't matter to me. I
I
just
I
just
have
run
a
the
solution.
door.
I have
You
a
have a
solution.
Yes.
And I want to remind you real quick, you did see a tiny humanoid
Yes.
run from 10 to 10.
Yes.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Ruatha?
I have a solution for this.
Yes.
I take out the dust of dryness ball I have, and I mash it on the ground right where that fire is, and a big 15-foot wave just kind of engulfs that alley or that area where all that fire is and extinguishes it.
Oh, wow.
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 15-foot tall wave.
Yes.
And what is the overall radius of it? Because you're looking at
I don't remember him.
I don't remember him having that
You
either.
let me. You said we could have some stuff.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, I remember you taking that, Rose. Yeah. Okay, I remember it now. That's very cool. So the areas of just so you know, the areas where all the structures are on fire is roughly about 60 by 60 feet.
okay.
Well, we can
Yeah, it
put-
says. So someone can use an action to smash the pellet against a hard surface, causing the pellet to shatter and release a 15-foot cube of water that the dust has absorbed. So that will end its magic. I've got like 2 or 3 of them. I just take one of these. Basically, it took a bunch of water and turned it into like a little pellet, and then when I throw that pellet on the ground, a 15-foot cube on each side of water just splashes down.
So I'm going to say that you can target this structure that's closest to this building. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay. That's what you're going to do?
yeah, just so we can get through that door without getting burned.
Okay. Describe that. Describe what you do. You're standing in front of you're standing right in between, like you're standing right here in between these two structures, one's burning. So describe what you do.
I grab Gregor's shoulder and I say, "Hold on, friend." Grab from my pouch one of these little cubes and I go, "Watch." Throw it down on the ground and a big cube just like explodes up into about 15 feet high, and then all this water just comes cascading down and spreading out everywhere.
That's pretty cool.
And you do that, and it produces an incredible effect. It just water just materializes and completely encompasses this whole building, this whole structure, and you just hear shh, and the flames are extinguished immediately.
But I'm guessing that produces a lot of smoke.
And there's all this black smoke, and the water's rushing past it, and it rushes past it. And when that happens, you
Where'd you get that from?
I have a tendency to get us
Where
in
do you get
trouble sometimes.
Well, that's all right.
we each. I gave at the beginning of the last adventure. I gave you guys each one rare magic item,
Okay.
and he chose that.
Is that something you made up, or is that actually from
No.
them?
No, yeah. Where did
Oh,
you
I-
find that, Rose?
Oh, I don't even have to.
It's actually a what you said we could have. It's an uncommon magic item. It's called Dust of Dryness.
That's
You get
cool.
like 1d6 plus 1.
Like
You drop it on water and it'll create that little
That's cool.
pellet.
1 second here.
Do you have?
Well, didn't I get that Thunderbrand potion?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got one too.
Where I'm resistant to lightning and thunder. Plus, I do extra thunder damage, I think, or something.
You do an extra thunder damage.
Okay. So you do that, and the fire goes out. Okay. And it's the flames by the door are no longer a threat. And when that happens, 3 creatures come out.
Second. They come out of the south door.
They don't come out of that building. They
Those are some of the villagers in that building, man. They're just going to be burned alive.
You see 3 hill giants. What?
Yeah, right. 3
You see 3.
3 pit fiends come out of this.
You see 3 Asmodeuses walk out the door.
Asmodeus. Yeah.
We're in trouble then.
So
Yeah.
out from behind this
The
area,
hills.
3 orcs with 2 wolves come running out from the side of this building.
Which one? This one?
In between, yes, right in between there. These 3 orcs come out, and they've got 3 wolves with them, and they see you. Actually, I guess they wouldn't. They wouldn't see you, right? Like
Oh, I mean,
They can
yeah,
see
they
us.
would
though.
see us. I mean, we're not invisible or anything.
but
It
do I
just
have
helps.
to? Do I have to roll something in order for them to? See
No,
you?
not necessarily.
just
it's
helps-
just a simple stealth check.
It helps
So
us with stealth.
Okay.
It doesn't make us
if they're
invisible.
like right in front of us or whatever, like they would see us. It doesn't make us.
Okay,
It's
so
just like if we're stealthing, it's up to your discretion to like, you know, how close are they? You know, what's their visual? You know, is there anything else obscuring vision or anything?
Okay. So there's none of that, and
It just helps a natural stealth. It's not like completely magical
okay.
visibility or anything like that. You know?
So they come running out, and they've got these 3 wolves on chains, and they see you,
Oh, 2-headed wolves.
and they release the wolves.
Ah,
Roll initiative.
they release the wolves.
Release the
They see you.
Release the wolves.
Yeah. Release the hounds.
You gotta
14.
speak, Orc.
Oh,
And
sorry.
they do. They
I do. I speak Gnomish, Elf, and Common. Why I pick Gnomish?
I speak Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Goblin.
Anybody speak Orc? Roth, do you speak Orc?
I don't.
Grey Mist would have spoken Orc.
Yeah,
She
she's
was
a
a
half
half
orc.
Orc.
What you would have done, it just would have been.
Gosh darn it. I'm rolling like poop.
You know what she would have done? Just right there.
Dude, my initiative rolls, especially for poor Gregor, always horrible.
Well, considering you have a. Oh, I thought you had a minus to your dexterity. You have a minus to your intelligence.
Well, doesn't everybody?
I-
Pretty much.
Jesus,
okay,
20.
so give me your rolls.
23 from Ruatha.
Ruatha with a 23.
I also
Oh,
have
she-
23.
Ruatha rolled it in beyond. Nice. Okay.
Wait, you roll a 23?
I should roll mine
I
on
did.
the,
You can roll it in beyond.
I rolled a 6.
You rolled a 6. Okay, I'll put it in.
I rolled a.
You rolled a 6.
Slow to react.
Put an 8 in
Oh, because he rolled a D&D Beyond accidentally.
there.
But he rolled a 6.
And Renard
I rolled a 14.
and Anon.
23.
23.
Oh 23. We got 2 23s.
But I think Ruatha will go first.
Excuse me.
I'm sure he has a higher dex.
Dex, yeah.
Okay. Well, what is your dex, Rafa?
17 plus 3.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't doing this properly. But okay, so oh, I know why. Okay, give me a second to fix this. Sorry.
I also get to add my charisma to my initiative roll too.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause you're a
Okay.
fancy swashbuckler.
Actually, yeah, my initiative is plus 7, I should say.
Gee, plus what? Plus 7. My God. I'll be honest. I might actually guess this. Spirit guardian. No, this guardian thing. Nope. It's a cool spell. If they
That
move,
is very cool.
if they move, then they totally get slashed.
Is that the one that goes around you, or is that something?
That's spirit.
That's spirit guard.
That's probably what I am going to do.
That's an awesome spell.
Yeah, that's like one of the best ones.
Let's see if it's in here. Fortunately, it's not this.
Cool map.
It is a pretty
Oh,
cool
thanks.
map,
Yeah.
So this is weird, dude. D&D Beyond.
Oh, the
has
counter builder deal?
So many problems. It's fucking ridiculous. All right, so Rafa, you are up. So they release these wolves towards you, but they're about 15 feet from you.
Are they all kind of grouped together right now?
Yes, they are.
All right. I'm gonna pull out my crossbow bolt of lightning and load it up and fire at the guy right in the middle of all of them.
Okay. Crossbow bolt of light. So you're gonna go ahead and use that, huh? Okay. Why not? Do it. Do it now. You're going to take. Okay. One minute. Yeah, Pat's got it. So Pat.
Oh, here we go.
Here's the tree. And the 3. And do you want to do the wolves too, or?
Yeah, we'll do the wolves. Oh yeah, and it starts. The thunder starts to become more pronounced, and it starts to rain, and you hear a thunderstorm kind of coming on.
I don't know if I wanted to number wolves. You want to do like,
I need a number.
you want to show like 1 through 6.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting this.
That's the regular.
Reynard's right here.
Are you trying to do it in initiative order?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm doing it in initiative.
We hear that too.
All right. So Rafa, tell me again what you're going to do. You're about 15 feet away from him.
Yeah, so I grab that arrow of lightning off my forearm where I keep my bolts. I put in my hand crossbow and I fire at the guy right in the middle of all of them.
Okay.
It's an orc. Is it an orc or a wolf?
There's an orc in the middle of them,
All right.
and this one right here, I'm going to say is who you're firing at number 8.
All right. You want me to go
Right.
ahead and do that?
Do it.
Oh, no, that's a miss.
You missed. Okay. So nothing happens with that then.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I have to hit with it. I rolled a 1. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Next up is Anna.
no, I gotta move. I'm gonna kind of.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Finish out your.
Oh, I see this.
Do you have another attack or anything?
No, I don't. I can use the.
So you're right here.
Yep. He fires it and misses number 8 right in the middle of them. These wolves are on the prowl. And you guys hear the thunder, the clap of thunder, and it's starting to rain, and you also still hear the grunts coming from within the building. And
Oh, Lord.
All right, so I'm gonna run my distance around the other side of the building as my movement from where I'm at right now.
you're gonna move to behind this building.
Yep.
You're gonna run right through this alleyway.
Yeah, right where I threw the water, and then I'll do.
What's your movement? 30.
Yep.
Okay, so you can move to about right there, dude. Right in between, right where the door is.
All right, and then as a bonus action, is there any way to hide? Go into the door. Can I open that door?
Okay, but you can open the door, but you heard a bunch of grunts, clashing, and broken glass, and as you approach, you hear a woman scream.
Uh-oh.
Inside, it's coming from inside. It's muffled. It's distant, but you heard it. You heard a woman scream. You hear glass breaking. You hear all kinds of ruckus going on inside of that building.
All right. Well,
This is an inn.
all right. So as my bonus action, I'll use the dash and go around the back side of that building, even though I heard that screaming and stuff.
I'm gonna go around.
Okay, you're gonna go around.
So is that smaller building that was on fire? Is that completely out?
This one?
Yeah, that's out. That's out of. It's completely doused.
Okay. So I'll kind of just circle back around that building so that I can hide on my next turn.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Ruatha?
gonna basically go there. Yeah, or anywhere, wherever my extra 30 feet can take
He's
me.
gonna want to move around.
So you move around the back here, Ruatha, and
Right.
as soon as you come to the back of this building, you turn and look behind this structure,
Right?
and you see a 15-foot tall, two-headed creature sitting down on the ground, and it has 2 flails, and it turns and looks at you,
Oh no.
and it goes, oh, and it screams at the top of its lungs, and it gets up on its 2 feet.
Oh, look at
Look
And
out.
it's a fucking Etten. And it gets up as soon as it sees you. It was sitting on the ground with its back up against the back of the inn because it was too big to get inside of it. So he gets up, dude,
Oh, it's too dark for you to see it.
I see it.
and
Yep.
he gets up and just screams at you. So I think for right now, I'm going to leave it there. You moved, and I'm going to say that you got another 5 or 10 feet of movement left. What would you like to do once you spot him?
Yeah, I want to get away from him.
So you're going to move like this way away?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're about right there then. You're behind this douse. There's all this smoke that's still bellowing up from where you put.
Yeah,
the
I'll
fire.
try to get into the smoke, man. Fuck.
All right. Well, yeah, he sees you. You're in clear view. All right. So you done, Ruatha?
That's it. That's all I can do.
Okay. And on.
Alright. See Anon look up into the sky and he says, "It seems the gods of nature have smiled upon us this day. Indeed, waves his arm around with the shield in the air, and you see the storm begin to condense around him. And he casts Call Lightning.
Oh, in a storm.
In a storm, so-
In a storm.
Additional
Yeah.
D10.
Exactly. Yep. And,
Yeah, dude. There's great black skies with thunder clapping. It's raining. There's a storm coming right overhead.
Yep. And so right in the center of the group, he's gonna suddenly you'll see whatever hair or fur they might have starts to stand up as suddenly a bolt of lightning strikes right
And is
in
that,
front.
and is that,
look
and
at
they're all
this.
together like
They're
that?
all together. They're all right, really close.
So I mean, are they all within 5 feet of each
Yes,
other?
they are because
So
they're all in one tight unit.
Oh, they're all gonna
They're gonna get roasted. Oh, and there's a storm too. Man. That's awesome.
So you
That's a cool
you're gonna have to roll
visual.
some dex saves.
Yeah. Okay.
Very cool visual.
Yeah.
Very
it's,
cool. So you. So
Dex save for all of them. Dex 15 is the target you're looking for. Find some D10.
Dex 15.
Yeah, for all.
Wolf one fails.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, critical failure.
And
So far, all failed. Another fail.
oh,
And the final orc. Another failure. They all failed.
They all failed.
Every one of them failed a DC 15. They rolled for shit. 3, 9, 7.
falling all over each other.
It's going to be 23 points lightning damage.
Okay, so 23 points of damage. So
3 points of lightning.
so describe what happens.
Yeah, so you see the clouds start to condense like right above them. It almost creates like a funnel over top. But then you see the fur and hair on them starts to stand up as suddenly the bolt of lightning connects from the ground up and just blows up.
All right, so you guys see, and the wolves just go flying, man, and they instantly catch fire. So they get blasted about 20 feet away, and they're both on fire, dead. And these 3 orcs also get massively crushed, and they almost all fall to a knee, and they're partially on fire, but they still live. And they scream in agony of the burning hot lightning that just struck them. They're in total disbelief, but they all are still alive, and they just look like they got severely wounded by that.
So that is also concentration, so that'll drop my pass without trace. And then
Okay.
and then as a bonus action, he will use his starry form to take on the form of a dragon, and so you'll see him suddenly go through this transformation as well as he takes on his stormy or starry form, and his tattoos and his piercings light up as they form a constellation of a dragon on his face with the tattoos. And as he takes this form, it helps bolster his concentration.
Okay.
And then he'll step back away from.
Take a step back about 5 feet or
No, he'll go like 20 feet back.
20 feet back. That was big about there.
Yeah,
I can measure too.
Okay.
yeah, that's good.
You're done?
That's his turn. Yep.
Okay. Wow, what a round. Okay, so next is Reynard. The wolves have died. Burned cinders. Burned.
You know what? Can you
And these, I will say, these orcs are burned. Their faces are burned. They're partially on fire. They're screaming. They
I'm
look
gonna-
messed up.
I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon at 4th level.
Oh,
Okay.
well, light it up.
Destroy these guys.
So that will give me an extra D8 for my damage. I'm going to put it on this guy in the front.
So, here we go. Here's your cudgel.
My cudgel. So the guy in the front. 13.
13. Guy in the front. That misses.
Okay. And then he's going to point his hand forward and he's going to do Toll the Dead on this one too.
Number 8. Okay.
So he has to make a
Toll
wisdom
the
16.
Dead.
Wisdom save. Let's go. He fails.
He takes 16 points.
And he just describe it.
He basically hears bells in his head and then blood comes out of his ears. He just drops.
And okay.
Reynard's going to 5, 10, Reynard, 15. He's going to move to right here. And that will be his turn.
Okay. So this number 5 orc. Let's see. So you're 5 feet.
I could have done something really cool.
Or who?
Say
I didn't
so this orc gestures
I
to
forgot
the
to
other
do it.
orc. You notice, and he comes running up to Anon with a spear, and
Wait.
he attempts to attack
This one?
Anon. Is that Anon?
That's Gregor.
Gregor, sorry. Okay, Gregor. He lunges towards you with a spear and attacks. An 11 misses. So he misses. He gestured to this orc, and that orc is next, and you see this orc run off. He runs between the buildings. Takes off.
Before I forget, anybody within 10 feet of me gets +3 to save.
Oh, yeah. What's your other aura do?
I frighten creatures within 10 feet.
Okay, so this one orc is on Gregor. He missed. This orc took off between the buildings, and next is Gregor.
No, I'm sorry. Any frightened creatures within 10 feet of me can't move.
I see. So you have to scare him first.
If I have the ability to frighten them.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, Gregor, currently, what you see is this orc is on you here. You also see left of your eye. You see the Etni merge from behind the inn, kind of coming towards Ruafa.
I see his head kind of almost above the rooftop a little bit.
Yeah,
Is he
he's
that tall?
15 feet tall. He's about as tall, almost, as the inn. And he's got these 2 flails, and you see him kind of coming out into this alleyway. But he's looking in this direction of Ruafa. And you also have an orc on you.
Alright, well, I am going to attack the orc that is right in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, that'll do it.
That'll do it.
You hit him?
No, that'll be a 26.
Oh, you hit him.
Multi-class champion.
How bad does he look? Does this guy look?
You're gonna. He's
Okay, so I'm not gonna light up my sword at all. I just
Well, roll 2d6.
well, I'm gonna, but I don't want to. I don't need to smite him. I
not
guess.
smiting him.
Oh boy, that'll.
So describe what you do to this guy. He was hanging on for dear life.
He kind of runs. He had a spear. He tried to hit me with.
Yes.
So I grabbed the spear in like my arm. And he tries to hit me with. I drive him through with my sword. I kick him, and then I immediately run at that thing.
And when you do that, you run him through, and his face comes towards you with big, ugly fangs, and this disgusting breath. And he just kind of flumps over on your sword, and you withdraw, and he's dead.
So you're gonna go this way?
And you're running this
I
way.
have to run 30 feet if I can make
You can make it all the way to the edge.
So I'm just yelling the whole time. I got my sword over my head.
And you're running toward the edge and kind of turns to look to you as well. So you're right up on the edge. All right. And the other.
No, I get to attack this thing.
He has an extra
Oh,
attack.
okay.
Yeah, I get to attack.
Sorry.
Oh, all right. Don't worry.
The Etten is looking at you. What are you looking at?
Just. I don't know yet. Oh, yeah, no. It's. Assuming that hits, dude. 24.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now this time you see my sword like kind of get like a radiant light on it,
Okay.
and I'm going to. Well, seeing as everybody else is, this guy might be too big though. Well, it doesn't say size-wise.
I don't know. I would say yeah, but I don't know.
Mighty?
It
He
just
is gonna
says if the
smite.
target is a creature. I'm going to use a thunderous smite
Okay.
at second level.
The second level doesn't give you anything extra.
Does it boost it? I thought a smite if I push it
A
another.
regular smite.
Oh, the
Yes.
thunders, then I'm not going to use thunders. I'm just going to use the normal smite.
Syrian smite does.
Yes, I think serious smite, but not thunders.
You know what? The smite alone. Good. Oh, man.
So
Second level. First just roll.
Ooh,
Okay, that's 13 plus 3d8.
oh my.
13.
Wow. Do you need more d8s?
No, I got it. 13 plus 15, so 28.
Oh.
28 points of damage on the Etten.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Lord.
So it screams out. It's a loud, menacing scream. He just looks down at you like he wants to bite your head right off. Anything else?
Well, that's,
Gregor.
that is my turn. And then the second level spell.
What?
I'm just talking to myself.
I'm not sure exactly. It's both my attacks. So I have spiritual weapon also, but I don't think I'm going to use the spell slot for it. So I'm good.
All right. Etten is done. Orc Raider's dead. So this Orc Raider.
Wait, the Etten already went.
No. I just,
Sorry.
the one Orc Raider. So I'm going to say that, and this is kind of weird because he kind of just jumped into the initiative. But so this Orc goes around and he moved. So it was his turn. He moved.
No, he already went.
I think it's top of the order.
Yeah, once the Etten can go.
Yep. Okay. So actually, Ruatha, you're up.
All right. Hang on. Just coming back downstairs.
Okay.
I'm up.
Yep.
All
You're
right.
right.
I'm going to use a bonus action and cast Hex on the Etten.
Okay.
Gives me a crit range of 19 or 20
Okay.
and plus 3 to damage on him.
Oh, you do expose curse. Ooh.
And if it dies, I'll get some regain 6 hit points if I take any damage. So as a bonus action, I hex that thing, and I'm like, oh, no one surprises Roth. Hex him, and then I step up, pull out my short swords, and I attack.
All right.
And so I'm gonna use Booming Blade on this attack as well.
Okay.
Jesus.
17 plus 8,
25.
25 damage, or 25 to hit.
25 hits.
All right, so he's gonna take. So he takes 6, and then he's gonna take 3 die 6 plus 1 die 8 for the Booming Blade.
Damn. Damn.
Because Gregor's next to him, right?
Yep.
Help, dude. I forgot that's a bonus action spell. He has to fight.
So 17 plus 6 total damage.
23 points of damage, dude. God damn, this big ass Etten is hurting, man. He's got some wounds, and he screams out again. Oh.
Actually, he takes 26. He takes 3 extra damage because of the hex on him.
Okay.
And that'll be it. I'll step back again, try to egg him to kind of come at me, so that if the Booming Blade, if he steps towards me, he'll step out of this. He's kind of got like a booming ring around him right now, and if he moves more than 5 feet, he takes extra damage.
If you do
So-
move,
If he moves. Now I know that.
you'll get an attack opportunity.
No, since I have,
Oh,
I have fancy
yeah.
footwork, I can move away without opportunity attack.
Fancy footwork. Be like freaking Muhammad Ali.
Dude, I have to moonwalk away from that thing.
Is that it? Good deal, man. You're done?
Yep, I'm done. That's
Okay.
everything.
And on.
Alright. So, seeing my comrades move over there, I'll move up to get an angle on this guy.
You gonna come up to here?
Yeah, wherever I gotta move to be able to see him.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, you can move right into view.
Perfect. And once again, he'll raise his arms, shield, and call lightning down on this giant thing. And just behind it, so it doesn't affect my comrade.
Okay. There comes another bolt. Another storm bolt on the Etten.
Sweet.
Nice.
You're fitting in rather nicely.
I'll hit Gregor. It'll be another
Dex 15.
DC 15
DC 15 dex check.
save.
And oh, it saves. Wow.
Nice. Alright.
Son of
It'll take half damage then, so.
Okay.
It's 24 total, but that is going to be half.
Okay, so he takes 12. And man, so you just see another bolt of lightning come down from this dark black sky with the rain falling down, and it just cracks down onto the Etten, but he's able to kind of get away from it a little bit, but he still gets singed. And once again, he screams out. All right.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to use my telekinetic shove to kind of push him.
Love it.
Push him away.
5
Okay.
feet. So it's a DC 15 strength saving throw.
Okay, and the fact that he's large is huge.
Yeah, I don't think that makes a difference for this check. As a bonus action, you can try to telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Is he within 30?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He is, yeah. When you do so, the target must succeed on a strength saving throw, or be moved 5 feet toward you or away from you. creature can willingly fail this save.
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't specify a size. So it's just a 15 strength save. which
And
I'm
he
sure you can.
succeeds. He rolls 15.
Nice. Alright,
All right. So the Etten.
that'll be it then.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. Have a nice round.
Now, you
Renard.
guys stay away from the Etten, because if he moves towards you, he's gonna take some damage.
So does Renard see Yetin?
Yeah. Well, I would say you have to move 5 feet. Yeah, that way. Now you see him right down the alley. You see Gregor right in front of him.
So I look at him and I fucking throw a guiding bolt at him.
Throw a guiding bolt at the huge Etten in front of
I aim right for 10.
Gregor,
That is a 20 to hit, not now.
and that hits.
Usually throw it at his head.
Yeah, 6. Not a great roll. That's 11.
11.
Yep.
So he takes the bolt and he knocks him back, and he almost falls to one knee. This Etten looks so fucking messed up. He's burned. He's bleeding.
And I'm
One
gonna
of his arms is wounded,
I'm gonna move my spiritual weapons there.
and he's staggering. The Etten is
That's
staggering.
That's it. That's my turn.
Okay,
I think it's the end.
Bernard, and it is the Etten's turn, and the Etten is right in front of Gregor, and he just, with what strength he has left, he just swings with a flail, a huge flail.
Does he have reach?
He does, probably.
How
Well-
far away did he get knocked away from Gregor?
No, he did
No, he
get
did.
knocked.
He didn't.
Yeah, he's saving against that.
He rolls a 21 with his first attack of the huge flail.
That'll do it.
Oh, this massive
Oh.
flail.
Can I use
Plows.
a reaction against that?
Can you use a reaction against it?
Yes. I have an ability, the Cosmic Omen. Whenever a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is about to make an attack, it's probably something I was supposed to use before.
Yeah.
Is about to make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. You use your reaction to roll a d6 and subtract the number from the total. So I think the way that
You had to
it's
do that
supposed to be
before.
before you
Before? Okay.
before you say it.
But
Okay, so
now
good
we're
to
done.
know. He rolls a 21 to hit, and you took 17 damage from that massive morning star that struck you in the chest. And he swings the other one. He's dual wielding them. Swings the other morning
I'll
star.
try using it on this one.
You'll use it on this one.
reaction.
So he rolled a 23.
Oh, you might be able to save him, man.
What do you get against it?
It's d6.
You rolled a 23.
6.
Yeah.
I rolled 6. So
Nice. 15 then, right?
It still hits.
Oh, it's
So close.
Wait, what's your armor class?
Well, I'm wielding a two-handed sword. I'm not using the shield right now.
17.
So the second morning star connects, and oh my goodness, does 19 damage to you. Gregor just gets 2 blows from a huge set of flail.
You just got
Dude, these flails, the side of these flails are bigger than a bowling ball. They're striking your chest. And
Bowling ball.
that is all the Etten is going to do, and he
What a
stands and
turn.
he's
Blasted me twice with that.
blasted
What
twice.
a turn, I'm telling you.
Okay, so this Orc Raider now, I'm going to say he just kind of moves to the back of the building for now, looking for a safe spot. That's all that he does. And back to the top of the order.
Wait, no, Gregor.
He went earlier, didn't he?
No, I had a 6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a 6 initiative.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gregor.
Jeez.
Take him
What
down.
Gregor needs revenge.
Gregor's
I'm very
face
angry.
with this mortally wounded Etten that's standing in front of him. Just looks so beat up.
Finish him.
Blood just coming out of its mouth.
Yeah, I'm just smiling. Even when I'm taking these blows, I'm just like, ah.
It just makes you even more mad.
It's like, yes. You see blood just all over my armor.
Sure you're not a
Oh,
Why couldn't you roll that better?
I know. I couldn't.
Or you should have been a fighter.
Well, you know that both the conquest paladins though are they're kind of mean and more.
Conquest above everything, right?
Yeah. Okay, man. So I freaking smack this thing. I'm gonna light up my sword again. No, I'm gonna fucking this thing.
Lighten up the sword. Okay.
First. Yeah, I'll just do it at first level. See if that's enough to do it on the first level. So
2d6 plus 2d8.
2d6 plus
Isn't
2d8.
it like in previous rules of D&D, like larger creatures, you do more damage with a
Yes.
two-handed sword?
In AD&D, you do more damage against larger.
I remember that with a two-handed sword. That's why it was always good to use those against large,
Yeah.
like giants.
So it was like 3d6 damage.
Yeah. So, all right, that's 12 plus 8, so 20 on the first hit.
That's 20 damage.
Did I do the math right?
Yeah, yes, you did.
Yeah, 20 damage on the first hit.
Describe it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this thing like knocks me twice, and I just like, and I just jump up with my sword, and I just drive it into his chest, and ride it to the ground,
Oh.
and I twist it as he hits the ground. Like,
And when you do that, he kind of falls and slams into the side of the inn. And he is dead. This Etten is just burned, bloody, got gashes. He's all fucked up.
that dude standing behind him.
And this dude is behind the inn, and he's just standing there. And
I'm
he's,
gonna rush at him. I got 30 feet of movement. I can run at him.
Okay, rush at him. So
Okay.
he's
So I ride this thing to the ground, and then I jump off right at this guy.
okay.
Jump off.
Why not? That should be a 16 to hit that guy.
16 hits. This orc raider just kind of, he's messed up and he's looking at you like he knows what's coming.
He knows what's
He
coming.
knows what's coming.
Oh, that'll be 13.
And describe this one.
Jesus.
The whole guy gets slaughtered.
Yeah, as I ride that Etna to the ground, I dive at this guy and just fucking take his head off.
and this orc goes down.
All right, so the area is filled with smoke. The other structures are burning, but this one that Ruatha put out is just bellowing white smoke still. And you still hear wrestling inside of the inn. You defeated these creatures, and it's now you've added considerably more blood to the terrain. And what would you like to do? It's raining. There's a bad storm overhead now, and you see Anan. He's kind of still sort of concentrating on this incredible elemental magic.
Can I run up to Gregor?
Well, here.
Yes,
So let's,
Are we going to do initiative still?
yeah, let's
You can go for this shit, dude. That's easier to find.
let's do an initiative.
Top. I think Rotha was the top.
Ruatha was actually Ruatha, and then so Ruatha, what would you like to do? That you've defeated the foes that have that you've found thus far. You hear noises coming from within the inn.
All right.
The flames.
I'll run to that door of that inn and look around and look for any orcs or bad guys that are terrorizing this town, or try to see the source of the noise. I figure probably get there 30 feet and I just open that door and look in there, and if there's anybody in there, I'll just use my bonus action to put my hex on it if there's any bad guys in that room down there.
So okay, so you're going to open the door.
Yes.
Okay, you open the door, and second. And when you open it, you see several orcs, of several different dwarves. A couple of them are women, and they're being totally manhandled by these orcs. And you see bodies and blood all over the floor of the inn.
and they all look up at you as soon as you enter and scream.
All right. So then. So I haven't used my attack action. So I shoot out. As a bonus action, I hex one of them.
Okay, you hex one of them.
I
Okay.
hex the closest one to me.
Okay.
Bonus action, and then I shoot Eldritch Bolt, 2 Eldritch Bolt blasts at him, the closest guy to me.
Okay, so roll initiative.
Well, we're already on my initiative. This is my turn.
No,
Well, what I would do is just have you roll
You
their initiative to put them into the combat tracker. 'Cause-
Yeah. Well, this is a new encounter,
He's
right?
gonna want to roll a new initiative.
So we're gonna. Yeah.
all right. Well, am I gonna be able to take this turn though? Since I haven't really finished it, because we.
Well, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I spaced on that. So you open the door and you have to roll initiative. Okay.
All right. Do I surprise them?
You could just have these guys roll initiative inside.
Yeah. Just have those guys roll initiative inside. And then, because like you used my initiative for this turn, but I haven't really finished my turn yet.
Okay. So the appropriate thing to do would be to have them roll initiative, and
It's up to you. You can do it either way you want.
Right. Or do I surprise them by opening the door, or were they expecting that?
then. I'm sorry to say I don't know the mechanics of surprise. What would I have to roll for that?
Well, you would just determine if I surprise them. That's up to you.
They roll
They don't have to be surprised automatically.
Or you
But
could-
you could just say, I open the door, I stick in there, and I'm going to curse the first orc I see once I notice that there's orcs in here. And then I'm going to shoot Eldritch Blast, and that would be the end of my turn. As I moved up to the door, I opened it, cast hex, and
Do you think that they'll be surprised when he kicks it?
I'm going to give you the surprise because they're so occupied with what they're doing. You just swing the door open and do your thing. So
okay, right? Because I mean, and if you want to, I guess if you want to roll initiative after that, then I
Yeah,
would be
roll-
done with my
roll
turn.
that.
We can roll initiative.
So go.
after
So
you.
so I'm so go.
Because
So
that's like
go.
a 3-round version.
Yeah. So go ahead and describe again, Rose, if you would, what you did.
Okay, so I moved from my position around that where that house we'd extinguished, and then I run up to this door and I open it up, kind of kick it open, whatever, and just point at the first orc. Use my bonus action to hex him, and then I cast 2 Eldritch Bolts at him.
So these are 5-foot
Okay.
squares. Here, yeah. There you go. That should work. Yeah. That's
Okay.
So I'll cast that right now, and that'll be my surprise round. And if you want to roll initiative after that, that seemed totally fair to me. Does that sound fair to everybody else?
That's a good way to do it, dude.
Okay. Sounds
Because that
good.
surprise is a free.
So let me number these guys real quick.
So which guy am I hexing there?
Okay, so
Okay.
you. Why don't you? Can you see the board? Yeah. Why don't you pick one? This
All
guy
right,
here,
this-
here, and here.
Right, yeah, this guy by the chair here in that long table. The long table with the fire on it, and then there's a chair. That
This
guy.
guy right here.
I'll hex that guy, and I'll shoot 2 Eldritch Bolts at him.
Okay.
Comfort each.
So there's actually you see a total of 5, and I just want you to know you see a total of 5 orcs, and one of them looks like a fucking big bad motherfucker.
Wow. Well, I could hex him too.
Well, yeah, you see one that's like 7 feet tall, heavily muscled, and he looks like a badass.
All right. Well, I'm hexing him. Then.
You
He
hex-
gets the hex and the bolts.
I would say okay.
I would probably say so.
Well, and that would be kind of a weird
You
thing.
walk
Right.
in and do your thing.
21 and 16.
21 and a 16 to hit.
Yes. I'm the
Those
big,
both. Those
big
both
Bubba.
hit.
Both hit? All right.
Yup.
Yup.
8 and 7. 15 damage.
15 damage. Okay.
And I'm sorry, 18 damage because of Hex. You can take 18 total.
Okay.
Then I shut the door, laughing.
Yeah. It's just a big fancy.
You know, there's a large orc in there. Be prepared.
Yeah, and he basically just kind of and he doesn't look. It looked like he pretty much ate that for dinner.
Is that the actual weapon that guy's holding, man?
Actually, no. So, okay, you're done with your surprise round.
That's it. I'm done. Yes.
Now
Okay.
we can roll.
Now we're rolling our initiative.
All right, here we go.
Ish. Ish. You good niche. I rolled one better than
I got. I didn't roll very good.
I suck on
What-
initiative rolls.
Gregor, what did you roll?
7.
You didn't roll one.
Re- Reynard,
10.
That's true.
10.
Waka rolled 22. Jeez.
Luata rolls a 22. And, Rotha rolls a 22 and on. And
Hey, no.
and on.
Big and tall.
Okay. We roll initiative. Ruatha, you are up again.
All right.
Man, with your incredible dexterity.
I think I'm going to open the door again and do 2 more bolts at that big guy.
What? I see the door opening and like
Yeah, the door opens again.
Close it,
and
opens
Ruatha's
again.
right here.
I
Okay,
keep
Two more-
slamming it really loud.
Yeah.
2 more bolts on the big guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a so there's 3. There's 1 male dwarf and 2 female dwarves in here with them, and they're
Okay.
kind of beat up. And these I'm gonna say these 2 have the 2 females, and there's a male dwarf right here. So just keep in mind that those are innocent people who are with them.
That's debatable. That is debatable.
I mean, you've already killed one innocent. You don't know
It's a
that. though.
misunderstanding. I did not understand the situation.
All right, do your turn.
Do it up.
That's perfectly legal on the high seas, by the way.
Killing it.
Killing innocent. Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, he was roughing up another woman.
I mean, that's true.
All right, so I open the door again and I go 2 more bolts. Go at that guy.
Okay.
Oops. hang
What's the number 3?
on. 25.
Couple
No.
of them.
That 10 ain't gonna hit.
He's numbering them. Oh.
Yeah, I'm just numbering them. 1 second here.
All right, so that big guy takes 10 more damage. I shut the door and I step back. I go, let's get ready, boys. We have innocents inside, though.
Okay. 1 second.
And that's the end of my turn.
The miniatures. Track.
Oh, I'm gonna take a bonus action and hide.
That's a 9.
I guess you could. I mean, you can hide behind the wall. I guess.
Yeah, they don't know where I'm at because I'm outside now.
That is true.
So I can imagine us watching you like open the door, blasting, closing, like, blasting again, and then like hiding.
kind of like a cowboy in a shootout in some old town. You know, it's like closes the door.
The door open and it swings open again, and you're there still.
If it was a cowboy, it wouldn't like close the door.
I would fit right into a spaghetti western type of.
Hey, yeah, you probably would actually.
But you didn't like throw some daggers or something like.
Oh, dude, these bolts are nice, real
Or
nice.
wouldn't be a gunslinger next.
Yeah.
But it'll be like those old-fashioned guns, like the 17th century, where he has like 6 of them. You just like.
You have to like load each one of them.
You're number 7 up
Number 7.
there. Give me the 7.
One of us might be standing on number 7.
Well,
No,
So,
that's not.
if I take the, do you guys know if I take the hide action, if I have to roll stealth? Is that what I gotta do?
Yes.
All right, so Lai, I'm just gonna roll stealth as the end of my turn.
He's gonna do a hide action.
who's this?
That is me.
Reynard?
Raynard. Who dat? New guy. Who dat?
All right, I rolled a 24 stealth.
Gee.
24 stealth. Okay. All right.
That's the end of my turn.
All right. Next we have Anand.
So,
You're,
am I able to see them?
You actually, Ruatha kind of just opened the door and just sort of, you're outside right
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
You
So
need
the
to kind
door's
of,
closed.
doors closed.
Was I able to see through the door when he opened it?
You glanced in behind him and you saw these characters. You saw these orcs.
And you said there were innocent people.
Yes,
Did I see the innocent people?
there's a male orc in between, or a dwarf in between them that they're kind of, and then there's 2 female dwarves here.
Yeah, I made sure that everybody knows that we had innocents in there,
Want to put the innocents out there?
but I'm not really, I don't really care because I'm a pirate.
Looking, if I look at the roof of the building, does it look like there's any gaps in the roof at all at this point? Any damage done to the roof or anything?
To the
Any
roof?
openings?
No, there's really no damage done to this building actually.
Oh, okay. All right, so in that case, in that case,
See more
he'll
numbers, dude. I got like these things.
Yeah, I just need a 9.
he will move up, open the door, take a look inside. And you said there were 3 dwarves? Right?
One there, one
Yeah,
there.
2 female dwarves here and 1 in between the orcs there. And they're just, please help me. Shut them.
Don't touch
old
me!
dwarf
Don't touch me!
Beards. Yeah, beards.
Get away from me.
I don't like it when you touch me there.
And,
These 2 are roughing up
assessing
the
the
dwarves.
situation.
They're still getting slapped and punched. Come on.
I guess just you'll know that one.
Hey, spit that gum out.
Well, his,
Yeah, right, man.
for his bonus action,
Dude,
he'll use his
never forget that.
telekinetic shove.
The classic Rose.
If he uses the shove, he can actually push or pull someone. If he were to pull somebody, or the dwarf over here 5 feet, would he be able to pull that dwarf 5 feet towards him? Or is the guy in the way of that right now?
Well,
Is the orc in the way of
you're like targeting them with a spell?
Yeah, he can target any creature with this.
This
it's
male-
technically not a spell, but it's just a push or pull 5 feet.
So this male dwarf is behind this orc.
Yeah.
Pretty much behind him, and the orc is huge.
Okay.
So you can't really see him, you know he's back there.
Okay.
Don't see his legs.
So if I'm looking through the door, I'm able to see these dwarves over here.
You can
then?
see these two female dwarves who are getting smacked around by the dwarf.
Smacked around.
Smack. Smack my
If
bitch
I
up.
pull this dwarf 5 feet, would I be able to pull it 5
You
feet
can.
towards me?
You can
How
pull it
far would that actually take them?
right there.
Oh, okay. Perfect. So as he's looking in, he will call out to these dwarves and say, "We are allies here to help. Please follow our lead." And he will then use telekinetic shove, which will pull the dwarf 5 feet if he's willing. Otherwise, he would have to do the strength saving throw. So he's hoping to call out and for them to recognize that they are allies, so that he'd be willing to receive the help. That's up to your discretion if you think you immediately trust or not.
She immediately believes that you are here to help her,
Okay.
and she also has out of odds. She has no option, so she just willingly lets you.
Okay. So yeah.
She throws her arms up.
Hopefully the 5 feet is enough to help in that situation. Anyways, then I will use. I'll look over at the other dwarf then and say to him, "Help us in our fight." And I will cast polymorph on him.
Okay, that's a female dwarf. You're gonna cast female dwarf,
Yes.
polymorph on the dwarf.
On her.
Okay.
And transform her, if she is willing, into a giant scorpion.
So that last action was a bonus action. Is that right?
Correct.
It wasn't a spell.
Not a spell.
And you're polymorphing her into what?
Into a giant scorpion.
Scorpion.
Cool, man. I love it.
And otherwise, she just
Yeah,
makes
well.
saving throw for it. So.
She, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say that they're just given what they're up against. They see you and they just let
They
allow
let it
you to
happen.
do it. Yeah.
You imagine you're like, transform into
So
here,
she-
like, take her off.
So she turns into a
There it
giant
is. There it
Look at that
is.
Nice.
Turns into a giant scorpion. Oh my god. Incredible. Okay.
And I don't know if you had initiative.
I didn't.
But I guess
Wow.
it
I have the stats and everything for the giant scorpion. here.
More fun for the DM, man.
Let's see here.
I look at the giant scorpion.
So
I have
there.
it right here. I have the
Do you
cards,
want-
so I don't know if you want to control it or if you want me to control it.
you can control it, and then I will roll very poorly on it. She rolled a 2 for initiative. I'm just gonna say that she's gonna go last.
That's an interesting idea for using polymorph. All right.
Yeah. So this thing is so big. It
Changes
is
the battlefield significantly.
Yes, it does.
all right. Wow. Okay. So
All
she's
right.
last.
I know.
Do you want to
anything
move?
else? And
Do you want to move from
No,
here?
that's it.
yeah. Do you want to move?
Yeah, I'll move. I'll step back a little bit.
Stepping back away from the door.
Yeah,
So you
away from the
basically
door
just-
so that others can get in.
You opened the door and you did this, and then you closed the door again.
No, I'll leave
No,
the,
we keep slamming the door.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say that the door is now open. And
Yeah,
you're
I'll
gonna
leave
move
the
down.
door open and I'll step in place until I have line of sight on the scorpion.
Okay, right about there.
Yeah.
Because you're 10 feet away from the door.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone.
All right.
No, I don't think we did that.
Greater 3. Okay, so this
I
orc.
figured they probably aren't the strongest.
So this orc.
No, right now they can
use a
help
little
us, man.
juice maybe.
Oh.
All right. And so this orc has a war hammer, and it just it can move. As a bonus action, the orc can move up to its speed to an hostile creature within 30 feet as a bonus action. So he jumps
I lose
right over
control
the
of storm too.
and he moves up to
When
the
a
giant
polymorph creature dies,
scorpion.
are you dead?
No,
It's not like just shape changes like you did with the druid.
no, it's similar to that.
Yeah,
So
you
the-
just revert back again to your normal self.
The orc strikes with a warhammer against the giant scorpion. Rolls a 20.
All right, that's
And that is first of 2 attacks. And the warhammer deals out 7 points of damage to the giant scorpion, and it strikes it again
okay.
and rolls a a crit.
Oh man.
The fucking
Well, man, this
all right.
orc was probably better off.
Here we go.
Oh, it's
Crit
still
from
alive,
a
still
warhammer, and it takes 13 more points of damage.
All right, he's still
This
alive.
orc is just freaking out while he's taking.
Yeah, man, totally.
Right. Orc Raider 4. And this Orc Raider comes up and does the exact same thing.
Oh boy.
Also with a Warhammer.
Hey, it's better at that dwarf than us.
And he rolls a 10.
No, that misses.
And he swings again with a Warhammer. Desperate attempt. 22.
No, that's
And the Scorpion takes 9 more.
still up.
Yeah,
All right.
That's awesome.
nice. That's a perfect creature to use. A little bit crunchy,
Orc
isn't it?
Raider comes up to the giant Scorpion, which was
What?
or here we go.
Well, better it than us, I guess.
Yeah. So
It's a little beefy.
also wielding a warhammer, attacks the Scorpion. He gets a critical miss. He totally whips. He almost falls down trying to hit it, but he's able to strike again with a 20.
That's
Oh, and it takes 9 more. The Scorpion is getting smashed.
still up.
All right.
Nice.
Looking pretty wounded now.
Oh, the War Chief.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Here comes the War Chief. So the War Chief.
well, that's all right.
The War Chief, he screams out, and when he screams that out, all of the orcs just kind of go, and he moves. So he does that and seems to bolster all of the other orcs. He comes over to attack. Actually, you know what? He's going to come this way.
Oh yeah.
So he comes to the door, kicks it open. He's got about 5 feet left after he screamed like that. And as he comes out of the door, he's wielding a huge spear. And he goes for, that's Anon. He goes for Anon with the spear. He just chucks it at you. Throws the spear at you and rolls an 11.
11 misses.
And the spear just goes flying by you and he screams and he's standing in the doorway. This 7 foot tall, heavily muscular orc is standing in the doorway. And he's got a fucking huge he's got a great axe. Alright. So next is Gregor.
Okay.
Like really? I thought I rolled a 10.
Then
I have you
no, I got that.
you rolled a 10?
Yes.
Sorry.
Did he have me as Gregor?
No, I didn't have you. You're right.
Sorry.
I didn't have your initials in there.
That's weird. All right. That's okay. All right. All right.
War Chief, you're next. Renard.
All right. I'm sure you'll love this because something very similar happened to this in your campaign. I'm going to cast Hold Person on the orc.
Oh, good one.
Old person on the orc.
It's a humanoid.
Indeed.
I'm saying that because this
Does
happened
he
to
get
your-
a saving throw?
Yes, wisdom.
Wisdom.
This happened to
The
your.
roll is a 2.
He is paralyzed.
He's paralyzed in the door. So he just can't move.
Yep, and I move the spiritual weapon up to him.
Okay.
And I'm going to, yeah, I left it up to you. And I'm gonna, the spiritual weapon's gonna attack, so everybody has advantage against him because he's paralyzed.
Sweet.
That's a nasty ass.
That is, sorry, let me mark off the spell slot. That is a 24 to hit, which hits. And since I cast this at 4th
Okay.
level,
Melee attacks are criticals too, right?
well, a spiritual weapon isn't a creature though, so I don't know if they get critical hits or not
With a spiritual weapon.
with a paralyzed.
I don't think it has to be a creature.
Well,
I think
here-
it just says melee attacks.
Well, it's here. I know where I can read it. You might be right, but I wanted to show
We have a decision to be made.
Here, I'll look it up for you. This is another DM3.
Are you looking up just the paralyzed effect?
Yeah, look up that. Let's figure that out first.
Attack rolls against a creature have advantage.
Yeah. Any attack that hits the creature is a crit. So
Oh.
if the creature is within 5 feet.
Well, that's true. If the creature is spiritual weapon a creature, though.
No, it
If
doesn't
the
have to be a
attacker is within 5 feet
Oh.
of the creature.
So I guess I leave it up to you. Would you consider spiritual weapon? Could he get a crit on this for being paralyzed?
Spiritual weapon and attack.
It says that the attacker, so the attacker has to be within 5 feet of the paralyzed
I would,
to do a crit. So are you going to consider the spiritual weapon an attack? That's the decision.
I know. This is the one thing about the rules sometimes.
Well, this could be
It's a
kind of
little vague.
yeah. This could be
it's an edge case. Let's figure it out.
I mean, it just seems like it's not it's a fucking tough call. I'm gonna say it has to be something on person.
Okay, so it has to be a person.
Yeah.
Okay, so he still does take 2d8.
Seems so.
I would kind of agree with that too, because I imagine an attacker, it's you. It's,
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not an object.
So he's going to take 2d8.
But I mean, that's
That's a good call. Yeah.
Ooh. He takes 17 damage.
The war chief takes 17,
I rolled
and this war chief
did it at 4th level.
takes the damage, and he kind of he looks
and you see he's
so.
and you see he's
Yeah, he's like
Yeah, right. He doesn't move, but he takes the damage, but he kind of winces at
and
it.
he's going to save at the end of his turn, and that is my turn.
At the end of York's turn.
No, at the end of his turn.
Yes,
He
right.
gets to save.
Okay.
And that is it.
Okay. Let's
That
round
is
there,
a
Renard.
danger
Now,
spell.
Gregor.
Oh,
Matt.
oh,
What will he do?
my! This is gonna be
And this
fun.
orc is just paralyzed in this right in the doorway, and he's totally cut. He can't.
wow.
He's in the
Oh,
door.
fuck.
He's like slumped over just a little bit because he's so tall that his head hits the top of the door jamb, and it's like
I can
Yeah,
imagine.
fucked you, fucker.
it's just like.
So Gregor just kind of he just kind of strolls up to him, and he just kind of looks at him, like turns his head at him. Then he looks at Bernard, and he just goes.
The orc is just his eyes just get really big when he
Can
sees
you
you.
imagine, man?
You
He's just
sword
like
from
frozen like that.
So you have advantage on this attack.
Dang, that's I believe it's 18.
18 hits the war chief.
Dude, this is gonna be a crit.
Crit, baby.
So this is gonna be
Let's go.
fucking devastating.
All
man.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if I load up.
Are you gonna smite?
Do it.
Fucking load up on this
Dude,
dude.
Man, the war
Dude,
chief
finish him.
can't move his eyes.
So
up big as
you're gonna
he-
roll 4d6 plus 68.
Oh,
Here, I'll give you 2 more.
Yeah, this is my first
Holy
attack.
shit.
oh, 24.
Go ahead.
36 is average.
So that'd be great. But that's 14
Plus 68.
That's going to use my. Oh, I still have one more second spell slot, so 68.
Do you need more d8s?
Yeah, I'll just. What if it's first 10, right?
Yeah.
So 6, 10, 16. Oh, 30, 40 on the first hit.
40.
40.
And this paralyzed.
You doubled all that, right?
No, you don't double the. You don't double the. No, you doubled the smite. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what the 68 is.
And all those. Yeah, I was rolling just
He's rolling double dice.
double dice. So.
Good, good, good.
So he's standing there, and his eyes are wide, and he knows, and he gets hit, and he gets badly wounded, but he's still standing. Still looks has a bit of anger in his face.
So that'll hit again, and I'm gonna load up again.
You're gonna do another second level.
What's my last second level? I may as well, man.
Okay,
I got him right where I want him.
so 4. You got it. 4d6.
Fucking shitty roll. That's 8. 15. 23.
Damage?
33.
33 damage.
What? How much damage? What?
Dude, it's
77.
That's
77.
power of a crit.
Describe it. You just take his life from him.
That's the only
Just
thing with
one
whole
thing.
person, man. That's a potent fucking spell.
That's a saber suck spell. Yeah.
It is totally.
This
How do you-
war chief just took so much damage from you that you just couldn't take it, man. He goes down.
Oh, sorry, dude. We took out your fucking war
It's all right.
chief.
No, man. Good job.
So I slash him, and the first slash just fucking opens up his stomach, and then the second one I drive him into the door, try to push the door open, like as I'm running him.
So basically, he's in the door jam, and you do that. You run him through, and he just falls back. And okay, wow, that was devastating, man. Fucking A.
One thing about whole person, they have to be a person.
Yeah.
Anything else doesn't work.
Yeah,
Unless
but
they get.
that was good timing on that, especially with my turn coming up.
However,
Right.
when I get to 9th level, I might take hold monster, which
Yeah.
is nobody.
Yeah, you can just hold.
I can hold a dragon.
So these guys are still they're saying this last orc gets advantage on his attack against the scorpion because of the war cry that even though he just saw his leader,
It's like, fuck
he
this
doesn't wanna
scorpion.
take that away.
That poor dude came out the door and instantly got
Oh, he crits.
Oh,
So the orc
That-
war raider crits with
that is your 3rd crit.
Yep, with a
crit
war
the hell out of
hammer
that scorpion.
against the scorpion.
The scorpion might be dead, and then it's gonna kill
The
these dwarves.
scorpion.
Here I am.
Then more-
knocking
It's just barely.
Oh, and it's still in there. Oh, these orcs are so frustrated. So he hits it with a quick solid blow with his warhammer right down on his
Does he
back.
get another attack?
Just barely.
He does, and here it comes. Another
Cool.
warhammer.
Hey.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
yes,
a
another blow.
22.
I don't think that's gonna help.
Scorpion. The scorpion that once was a dwarf.
hammering, hammering, and hammering away.
Oh, and the scorpion. And basically, it polymorphs back to.
Yeah, back to the dwarf, and technically the dwarf would take 3 damage.
Oh, the dwarf. Okay. The dwarf takes 3 damage. Dwarf dies. What did you do to me? Dwarf, turn into a scorpion and gets smashed. And then it comes back and dies.
Dude, that thing took like 20 hammers.
It did,
Dude,
man.
this poor dwarf.
Oh, better.
That thing took the wheel of fists.
And
Totally
we go
Wheel of hammers.
Shit.
to Ruatha, you're up.
That thing
Oh.
It distracted
Uh,
all the bullets from that orc.
Okay, get me inside that door there. I step on that big orc's head.
All right, you just run right over its corpse, and it's just this huge orc laying in blood, and you run right over it.
So any of these orcs taking any damage at all?
I don't think so.
All right.
No.
I put my hex as a bonus action. I'll put a hex on the closest one, across from me there,
Right
and
there.
then I'm gonna shoot 2 Eldritch bolts at him.
Eldritch bolts.
I'm gonna work through it.
Okay.
Smite.
That's for smite.
Go for it.
All right, here we go.
No, man.
Yeah, I gotta take it.
just missed a crit there. God damn.
Oh, Eldritch Bolt, huh?
How's the 15 hit?
Yeah, yes.
All right, so he gets hit by 2.
2 Eldritch Bolts. Okay.
Takes 10 and 15. He takes 15 total damage plus 3, so 18 damage to one of those that orc.
Oh man, he's still alive.
The whole person.
This orc here, he takes some damage, but he still stands.
That's pretty much it.
That's it for Watha. You gonna stay
Yep.
here?
Yeah, I can't really.
Okay.
Move me. I mean, I can't see. Like, can I go behind the table or something and try to get cover or something?
You can. Yeah, you definitely. You want to move this way?
Yeah, I'll move where I can get some cover from the table or whatever.
All right. So yeah, you moved right there, and you are getting. You could get cover from that table, partial cover.
Okay,
There we go. That's good.
works.
Okay, and Anand, you're up.
I will use my bonus action to actually. What do I mean? The orcs went to. Did they go before or after Gregor?
Before.
Or
Yes.
Yeah, because I was.
Yeah, Gregor's.
You rolled a bad initiative.
okay.
I should have healed you.
How far can I pull that orc towards me again?
This orc here.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can
5 feet. How much would 5 feet?
5 feet.
towards me?
So towards you. So I guess right there.
I can hold 2 more.
And then I'm gonna cast Spike Growth, centered right between the orcs there. So
Okay.
right in the center.
What's the
it's a,
radius?
20-foot radius.
So take out the fireball one.
So I'm hoping to avoid the warp though.
So where do you wanna
move it
place it?
accordingly, but
Looking like right here.
yeah, I want to move it so it's more towards me, more towards my character, but still covering them. So yeah, that
Probably
looks
right
pretty
up
good.
there.
So as long as it's like covering them, it's okay.
Okay. So you got it. Spike growth.
Yeah. So you'll see a bunch of thorny vines sprout, cover the ground around these orcs.
Okay.
And anytime they move, they take 2d4 piercing damage
Okay.
for every 5 feet that they move.
For every 5 feet they move. Okay. Wow.
They don't take any initial damage.
They don't take
Only
any
if they
damage.
move,
Only
yeah.
if they move. And it doesn't
Okay.
matter if it's willingly or not willing.
So you all,
Period.
whoever's looking in, a bunch of spikes grow out of the ground, and they look like thick thorns, and they've covered this entire area. The orcs are just surrounded by
It
them.
stays there too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As long as he concentrates.
Yeah, concentration
Yeah,
up to
up.
10 minutes.
All right, so you've got these things surrounded in thorns. Anything else?
That's it. Yeah. He already used his bonus action and action, so that'll do.
Okay. 3. So,
So you gotta
right here.
put them on
Oh,
it
put 'em
too, so
under
we
it,
kind of
yeah.
know that in it.
And so they're in it, and I'm going to say that this orc, the next orc, this orc here, is going to leave the thorns and move. So it looks like where he's at,
He takes 2 movements, you think?
1. Yeah, I'll say
Is that the guy hit with the Eldritch Bolts too?
Yes, it is. So he moved. So he moved 10 feet, and the thorn's going to take 2 die points. Is that right?
So that would be 44 total.
44. So this stupid orc tries to move out.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know he's stupid.
Well, I mean, he's wounded and he's surrounded by
That is
thorns, and
stupid.
he's running
He's
right through
probably
them.
stupid.
I'd say he's stupid.
I can tell you, intelligence is 7.
His intelligence is 7. Okay, well.
So that's an 11 piercing damage save.
Oh, describe what happens to him.
So as he starts to try to move through and out of it, you see that thorns start to move and grab towards him, and it starts to just completely slice and dice him as he just falls into it, and then the vines completely take him and pull him.
Yes.
Orc gets
It's like he's consumed by the vines.
Ultra violence.
the orc screams out, and you see him just being completely encompassed by these thick thorns, and he's just screaming his death. And he dies. In the thorns.
He gone.
This works.
He's a dead boy.
Horrible way to die, man.
Very horrible way.
Lord.
4.
Randall.
So Orc 4 kind of sees this, and he is armed with a spear, and he chucks it at Ruatha. Although, are you saying you're a partial cover? So
Yep. You said get partial cover from that table or whatever, chair or whatever.
get it. You're behind you.
It's your call,
It's
man.
your call.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what you did. You
So
decided-
you could take like -2 or 5 depending on how much you think I have covered.
I'm gonna give -2 because you're
Yeah,
behind
that's
a
fine.
small, shitty little thin wooden table.
That's fine. Yeah, Rotha's doing whatever he can.
So
with
it
the
subtracts
table,
2 from the attack roll.
Yes.
So here we go. This Orc Raider throws a spear at you, Ruatha. I'm gonna subtract 2 on this.
so.
16.
Hold on a second. Somehow. It hits, but I'm gonna cast shield as a
Okay.
reaction.
Okay, so it misses. And
You got more abilities.
And it doesn't do anything else. Yeah, I'm gonna say that they don't have advantage because they're need to die. Okay, so that's all that Orc's doing. 5. Okay, Orc 5. Let's say Orc 5. Orc 5 is gonna follow suit. He's gonna throw a spear at Ruatha.
Okay, I got my shield up.
Got shield up. With it. 21.
God damn it, he just fucking hit me.
Oh, you're old. Here comes the spear damage.
Wait, no, -2 because I got some coverage. -2, so he only got a 19.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you're still behind the table. Okay, so it just glances off the table, comes within an inch of your face,
Yeah, I'm like,
just
maybe the
smacks
queen
into the wall
pronounces me.
behind you. Okay.
Alright, so I have effectively 23 armor class. If there are more guys are gonna throw some spears at me, you need a 23 to hit me.
I mean, it's possible.
Okay. Well, that Renard, you are up.
Okay. So Gregor's right here. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. The spiritual weapon is right here too. 5, 10, 15, 20.
And you can still hear the thunder and lightning clapping outside.
I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead on this one.
Hold the dead on 4.
Yes.
He is uninjured. He's completely healthy.
So wisdom save.
Wisdom save, yes. And here we go. Rolls a 16.
That just saves.
Okay. Whoa. He shakes it off.
And that is my turn.
Shake it off, shake it off.
Gregor,
What?
your turn.
My turn.
Gregor's up, and you have
It's clobbering time.
these orcs are surrounded in tall, thorny vines. You've got a female dwarf that's just standing
Shit.
horrified about everything that is going on right now.
Excuse
She's
me,
just
ma'am.
down like this.
Oh no,
Shit.
no.
Cody,
Coward.
Cody, push her out of the way.
Excuse me,
This
ma'am.
male.
Cody, push her out of the way.
Oh. Will. Let me.
Yeah, you know, you're not stupid enough to run into the lines, are you?
No, I'm not. But I don't think I've actually used this yet. I come into the room and I just go, and I do my divine channel divinity, but using conquering presence, which means those orcs have to make a DC Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. All the orcs.
All the orcs.
First orc. 19.
That's he's not scared.
Second orc fails.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 1 fails.
Okay.
Third orc. Critical failure. Rolls a 1. So
The, the two that failed are going to be frightened.
fright. Okay. So these two are frightened. And that means they just get away from you, right?
Yeah, they got to get as far away as they can. But there's another problem if I get too close to them, and if they're frightened, that they are basically they can't move. If I get within 10 feet, I think. Yeah, my aura of conquest. So if I get within 10 feet of them, they can't move.
Okay.
And they take 3 psychic damage.
3 psychic.
But I'm thinking frightening just got to be better because they're going to have to try to run out of that bramble of thorn and shit. So, yeah, they're frightened.
They're frightened. All right. So they're frightened of you, right? They're trying to get away from you.
Yeah, they're going to try to get as far away from me as they can.
All right. Anything else, Gregor?
No.
Okay.
Here, dude, which you want to put this? Yeah, this is frightened effect.
And they, one of them is up. This one is up. And it just. So where are you? You are here.
Yeah, right by that
So he actually just turns around and uses his movement. So he moves 5. Say he moves 5 feet out. So he's going to take 2, 4. He tries to get away from from Gregor.
6 damage on that one.
6.
Yeah.
And he just gets scratched and sliced up as he runs out. And he just keeps running so fast. He runs all the way to the other side of this table and crouches down. He's just scared as hell of Gregor. He runs to the corner of the room and that was
Does he
all.
take half movement going through the thorns, though?
Oh yeah. It is difficult to
So
survive
he-
terrain, technically.
Maybe didn't get that far, but slowed him down a little bit.
I just see a
Okay.
don't lie. He could still try to attack, but it's going to be a disadvantage against him.
Okay, but he can't attack you though, right?
No, he can.
He can try, but it's a disadvantage
Disadvantage,
because he's
okay.
scared of me.
So I'm gonna say for now he just bails. Everything that's going on, he just runs over here and he actually just kind of kneels down. He's moved.
Yeah, because the thing about it, like, he doesn't have to run away from me. He just can't get any closer to me.
Oh, I thought he had to run away from.
No, sorry. I was thinking of, like, turn undead. So, no, he
Okay.
doesn't have to run away.
So in that case,
He can't move closer, and he's going to get disadvantaged to attack.
As long as Gregor's within his lines.
Okay, so I'll say that he still moved out, took damage. And he's going to throw his spear at you, Gregor.
Okay, so that'll be at disadvantage.
Okay, you throw spear. He throws it. He launches it at you with disadvantage. 14 misses the spear, goes flying by you. He just chucks it at you and it just lands on the ground. He was laughing off. Okay, 7.
He can, well, he already failed, but in the next turn he can try to save against it if he wants.
Next round, okay. All right, well, we go to the back of the top of the order. Ruatha.
All right. So number 8 is close by me right now, right?
Yes. He's right on the other side of the table, and he's kind of looking at you, the corner of his eye.
Okay. So I jump up on the table. I pull out my short swords, and I as a bonus action, I'll hex him, and then I'll pull out Restless and try to stab him with my short sword.
Okay.
While applying Booming Blade on him.
Okay.
How do you keep track of all the shit you guys are?
There's a lot actually.
Yes, there is, but
And since I'm a swashbuckler and I only have him 1-on-1, I might be able to get sneak attack if I can hit him.
Okay. Go for it.
Hold on a
Wounded.
second. What are my attacks here? Sorry. Actions. $21.
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna take. He automatically takes this right off the bat. He takes 17 off the bat.
Wow.
Plus 13.
And describe it. He goes down hard.
All right. So since he's hexed, as I drive my short sword into him, the necrotic energy from my hex just starts eating him from the inside, and it fucking sliced right into his gut, and it just becomes a big hole and gash that fucking engulfs him, and he just falls over.
Yeah. You see just this horrific sight. This big meteor just getting eviscerated, totally annihilated by what Ruatha has done to it. It falls down. As it falls, its face smashes into the table, and it falls to its death. All right.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay. Anon.
I'll move 30 feet in closer to the orcs that are left. And then,
So you can move to here, right on the perimeter of your
yeah,
spell.
yeah, that should be good. And then that would put me in 30 feet of them, right?
Yep.
Can I tell, like, how injured these guys are so far? Or?
They are not badly injured at all. Yeah. They look, they're stuck in your thorns, but they don't look wounded. One of them is scratched.
Yeah. So in that case, then I'm gonna use my action to thorn whip the guy who's furthest away from me. Who's not
Here?
frightened. That guy.
Okay.
That is.
Oh,
That's an attack.
I see what he's doing.
Yeah. So I'll attack against him.
Pull him through the spikes.
That is 21 to hit.
It hits.
That's going to do 2d6 piercing damage against that guy. And then if the creature is large or smaller, you pull the creature 10 feet closer to you.
He is medium.
Nice. So that'll be 10 piercing damage,
10 damage.
and then he'll move 10 feet closer to me, which will
Drag him through the
drag him through the brambles.
Being dragged through these spikes. So he moved 10 feet. 10 feet.
That's awesome.
So that is
He's pretty smart.
that is 11 piercing
11.
damage from the brambles.
And he's being pulled through and sliced and cut up. And by the time he gets right up to you, he's bloodied and messed, but he still stands. Screaming.
For my bonus action, I'll use the telekinetic shove on him and try to push him back 5 feet.
Dragging this guy through the thorns.
No kidding.
He's just getting stabbed. Oh, God. What the fuck?
That'll give him 15 or DC.
We're at quite the sadistic lot, aren't we?
Strength saving throw, DC 15.
Hey, I'm not the one who's doing this.
Oh, no.
Reynard, your jaw just probably drops. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell?
like, holy,
Push him back.
holy shit.
Throws him back.
Push him back 5 feet.
Into the thorns.
More feet he pushes.
And that's not
Man.
Oh,
Oh, and it just kills him.
Oh.
Just enough.
holy crap! That guy's freaking ripped apart.
Dude, this guy shredded.
So you see the vine whip just sprout out of his hands and reach and just wrap around him as it pulls him towards him. The vines from the ground start to consume him, and he falls to his knees, almost dead. I just give him one final push back. With,
I go, holy.
You basically gave him a mental lie shove back into the.
Through that entire episode, you just see blood splashing up as he's getting ripped. His
like a
flesh
blender.
is getting ripped apart.
Hey, Brandon, do you know what a lie shove is?
what?
The lie shove?
Like,
Yeah.
it's just that when we were younger, he would.
It's a legend.
It was a legendary shove when he would shove people. He was able to put more force into that shove.
Orc War Raider.
Oh, there you go.
Didn't
It
he
was
shove
kind of
people?
like initially like a light shove, but then followed immediately with like a humongous shove. Then
I
he
think
fucking
he
fall
tossed
down.
Bela through a door with that shove.
Yeah, he did.
There was a legendary Bela show for sure. Your cousin.
That was forever known as the lie shove.
Oh, so. All right.
Basically shoved him over a pool table.
That's
So it
right,
is
dude.
number 4 is up, and he can't do jack but try to get out of the thorns. So he moves 5 feet out of the thorns.
2d4.
It's kind of like what
You
happened
see
in
the
one
cut and slice.
Yeah.
these
Except I
thorns.
can't silence.
That was a horrible final battle. You guys
5.
owned that.
5.
And he gets sliced and cut a little bit, but he gets out of there. And he's frightened, so he can't move that way. So he, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He already threw a spear. I'm going to say he ends up there on the other side of that table, and he's just kind of frightfully looking at Gregor. And I'm going to say he just stands there, and he kind of looks half frightened. And he's standing, he realizes there's no one left, and he's just sitting there, and he's huffing and puffing. And he says something that curses at you in orc. And that is all that he does. Bernard. Got this orc who's just kind of looks like he doesn't really know what to do. He's
I'm going to move my spiritual weapon. I leave this up to you. Could I do a non-lethal spiritual weapon?
Technically,
gonna
I
say-
believe any person can do a non-lethal attack.
well, it's kind of
It's coming from you.
I would
so-
want it. I just want to see if I can knock it out.
I'm gonna say that because it's I don't know if you have like micro control of the spell.
Okay. Then
It almost has to be
Then
human activation. Then I'm gonna go 5, 10, and walk up to him.
Okay. And use my cudgel.
A cudgel against it.
And that is going to be.
Are you gonna do non-lethal for your cudgel attack?
I am going to try to attempt to do non-lethal damage. Okay. So that's 16 to hit.
16 hits.
Ooh, 9 damage.
Okay, he still is alive. Pretty wounded.
He's still alive.
Use a not lethal.
I tried to knock him out.
What's up? I'm back, Jack.
What happened?
That was
I don't know.
weird.
Gregor, you're up. Yeah, I don't know what happened, Rose.
Okay. Well, I got 30 feet of movement, so I am going to walk over to him. And once I get within 10 feet of him, he cannot move. And he's going to take 3 psychic damage.
Does that kill him?
It just automatically is going to take it.
No, does not kill him.
Okay, so here, move your guy.
He gets shocked by it, and he.
So yeah, basically, he sees me coming, and he's so scared that he takes 3 psychic damage because of it, and then he's like frozen in place. He can't move.
Okay.
It's a double deal I get with this thing. It's the aura of conquest.
Or.
Okay. So
Feel the aura.
So he basically shakes. So I just tell him to drop your weapon.
He's like pissing his pants right now.
Let's see here. He drops his weapon and drops to his knees, and he's just sitting there like this, and he's kind of just looking down. He dropped his weapon, and he is just on both knees, and he's just kind of looking down, almost like he's expecting to execute or something. I rolled a 2 on his wisdom. So he's just
I would
he's
think that'd have been a
surrendering.
disadvantage anyway. So I go, do you speak common?
He says,
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Who the fuck? What?
What did you do here?
Why did you do this?
He slowly looks up at you. He says, why does anyone kill?
Wrong answer. I beat him in the face. Oh.
And you jack him, and he takes some damage from that. He smashes it. He just looks up at you. And he looks very frightened. He looks like he's expecting to die.
Are there any more of you
And
here?
he says, kill me.
Are there any more of you around?
Where did you come from? We saw something else out there. That little creature we saw running around. I'm going to see if he knows what that was.
You ask him what the creature is. He says, I thought we killed them all. He kind of shakes his head down again.
So I looked at the party.
Are there any more of you
Anyone
here?
else
Is that it?
asking questions?
He says, most of our band is west of here.
West.
We separated from them to take Jaromé.
How many?
You're asking how many are back there? We are plentiful. We fight against the hobgoblins. This land shall be ours. He kind of looks at you, and he looks kind of scared. He looks at Gregor. He says that with hesitation. He's shaking. He's just frightened of Gregor. He's just very scared looking.
Are they coming back here, or are they moving on?
I do not know where the main tribe is headed. Probably to raise more villages. It is our time for power.
You broke the law. You violated the law of civility.
He looks right at you.
The law of land. Cuthbert, this is not civilian. This is barbarism. I've had enough of you.
Kind of. He's again looking very, very frightened. He's very frightened of Gregor. He says,
Does it seem like he's lying at all?
I'm done.
26.
Yeah, you get the impression that he is. You don't get the impression he's lying, and he just looks very frightened and ready to die.
He broke.
He looks at Gregor again and says, "Kill me."
I believe in his fear he speaks truth.
Not only that, but there's more of it. West.
Is there anything else we need to know from this thing?
Game. Lotham? I don't think so.
And he looks at you again, Gregor, and says, "Kill me! I must die in battle."
I'll look at him and say, why here? Why now?
Meaning,
Why?
Why attack here now?
oh,
Why attack this place? Why
the
now?
village was an easy target, and I followed the orders. Orgy.
Guy's gonna get a Cuban necktie from Ruatha.
So I kind of walk behind him and tie his hands behind his back. And I look to these these dwarves
It was a male and a female
in the inn.
Yeah. They're incredibly
I
frightened.
kind of looked at Gregor.
And I tie his hands like really tight behind his back.
Kind of
And I look to the two villagers. He's yours. Serve him the justice he is due for what he's done here.
I grant thee by law and as judge.
And they say to you, we have no way to deal with him. The village has been razed. Is there anyone left? They killed my son, my daughter, my family. They killed Alejandra. They killed everyone. I'm frightened, creatures, please. We want no part of it.
Would it bring you any relief to see me kill this creature?
Please. Please do away with them. They killed everyone.
Gregor, give it a swift death.
She is just weeping.
If you're going to kill it, do
They
it
lost
quickly.
everyone that they loved.
Do it quick.
So I do. I pull out my greatsword and I just put it right over its heart. And I just lean it into it.
And you kill him. The orc just looks up at you and he knows what's coming and he's just like this.
His hands are behind his back.
A big splatter of blood comes out of his mouth as he falls on your sword. And the two dwarves just look down. They're saddened by the whole thing.
I kind of walk
There's
up.
bodies strewn about in here.
I walk up to both of them, put my hands on their shoulders, and say, "I'm sorry we couldn't have come sooner. I truly am."
And he says, "Is there anyone left? Where is?" They say to you, they say, "Where is Renjin?
Who was Renjin?
He is the lord of the village. Did you see him?"
Did we see any bodies with noble attire?
No.
We don't know where he is.
There were none alive outside that we could see.
And they just start crying.
What does he look like?
He is a dwarf with
Yeah, dwarves.
fine leather armor and a red cloak.
We didn't see.
He
Any
has a long white beard.
We didn't see any of that outside, did we? Did you describe that? No, we don't see.
And his wife and his children, they're all gone. And they just are weeping. They're on the ground. They don't know what to do. Everybody's dead. But you did see a tiny humanoid creature in shanty tents on the other side of the village. And there's other places. There's other structures here too.
Yeah, I think the only evidence we have left is to see what this creature is.
We should keep looking. There's more of this village to explore.
So there are more structures.
There could be more alive too.
So I tell them to follow, come with us.
And stay in between us.
Okay. So real quick, are you going to do anything in the inn, or you're just going to leave?
I'm gonna
Yeah, is there anything interesting in there? Should we take a short rest in here? What do you guys think?
Here's what you see. The main floor of the inn has been totally ransacked. There's blood, damaged furniture, broken glass, broken tables, about 3 or 4 dead bodies. There's a stairwell going up to the second floor in the center. There's these different types of things, just like the kind of stuff you would think you would find in an inn in this whole area, which is like the serving area and stuff. And there's a door, a trap door. It's not a trap door; it's a cellar door in the floor, and stuff's going up. There's blood everywhere. The corpses. This male and female dwarf they're literally just, their heads are down. They're weeping. Their village has been destroyed. The people.
I'm gonna check upstairs really quickly. See if there's anything upstairs.
Okay. And you walk upstairs, and when you get to the top of the stairs, there's a hallway, and there's a room to the front of the inn, and 2 small rooms you see down the hallway. It's very small up there. It's, you can imagine 2 rooms and another room here.
If the doors are open,
And you immediately see in the hall 2 more dead dwarf bodies, a male and a female, laying in pools of blood.
I look through. I just look through the doors of rooms. I just look through them really quickly and see if there's.
All you see the bodies laying in the hallway, and you just see just supplies, crates. You kind of look through a couple of them. It just looks like typical supplies for the inn. There is one room with 2 beds.
They're close to each other. It's a small room.
No like chests or anything.
Nothing like that. No supplies.
So
Weapons and stuff like that.
I'm gonna walk that downstairs.
Okay.
We'll search orcs for
Search the orcs.
valuables.
Or
Um,
anything on them.
So there's you get all their weapons. Their armor is they have leather armor on. It's kind of spiked. One of them, the war chief, has a pouch. In the pouch is 40 gold and a small silver ring with a blue gem inlaid. Kind of assess the value, probably about 40 gold. And then another orc, you find a dwarven sort of crafted necklace. It looks very feminine. That's all you find out, other than their weapons. They have some orc rations on it.
Would I be able to use some of their armor? The leather armor?
It is medium leather armor, and it's basically like studded leather. I mean, it's got like spikes kind of all around it, small little metal spikes. That's it. Other than all the debris and everything else that's in here.
I need to heal myself. So
I can heal you.
Okay.
but I haven't used any of
You
my-
guys want to take a short rest here? Do you think we could
You
risk it?
I mean, it's a raised village. You have not seen any other enemies in here so far. You only know that there is a very tiny humanoid creature in the tent camp.
All
So-
right.
I kind of want to figure what that is first.
All right.
And as I say, there are other structures that are intact here in the square.
Lay on
All
it.
right. Do we have a way to heal you,
Yes.
Gregor? All right.
Gregor does.
I can lay hands on myself.
I can also give you a cure wounds.
Lay your hands on you.
I have all my personal stuff.
Yeah, so give me a cure.
I will give you a cure.
Cure.
Not
I can give you 10 points of healing if you need it.
I'm 33 to 69 right now.
ooh, 5 plus 5, 10.
Very nice.
Are you about 2/3 now?
Yeah, and I can give myself 10 more from my lay on hands.
I think you should do it.
Yeah,
I'll
that freaking popped me pretty good. You can save yourself.
He's
no, I'll use a first level spell slot for Goodberry, and
good there.
you see, just cast a spell. Which berries appear in his hand.
Berries.
Gives them to me as
Berries. Berries.
try to help.
Berries and cream, you say, eh?
Delicious. What do they give you? Something per?
One hit point per berry.
You call this yogurt and blueberries, eh? Very
Shovel.
good.
I'm like, oh, I've never eaten something so delicious. I haven't. I've never eaten any good
Big
berries.
fresh blueberry.
Hey, Lai, is there any way you can change the Vorpal picture 180 from what it's
Oh, yeah.
showing?
Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're all upside down.
Well, it's just, it always does that. You gotta like rotate it.
We're upside down.
All right, that was some good healing.
Full now, or?
We're close enough.
He's
Yeah,
pretty
like
full.
63.
He's fine.
All right, okay, I'm good. That's how eating good berries and laying hands and cure.
Get those out of here. Get those out of here.
So I kind of. So I go, I check out what that little creature is.
Yeah, so if you look here now, you saw the creature dart from one tent to another here.
Darting.
Okay, so you see way back here, we got it's an 8-foot raised ridge with tents where you saw the creature. Then these other buildings here, and you see 3 horses just wandering around the square.
Should we see what that's
all these corpses and bodies that are all over.
Should we see what that small creature is, maybe?
I suppose we should. I actually asked these
Yeah.
two dwarves. They were asking us about the lord of this village or whatever.
Yeah.
Where
Engine.
where would he be?
He
What building would he be in?
he front she says he lives in the front building, the front farmhouse in the beginning of near the entrance, which is just off here.
I go, the house that's on fire.
No, it wasn't on fire. It was,
I guess we could go and search for him, or should we figure out what this tiny creature is?
I mean,
Can I gather up the horses and like, tie them down so they don't run away?
they're not. Yeah, well, you can. They're not running away. They're just sitting there.
Okay, they're not. All right, as long as they're not spooked or anything, we want to keep them.
They're a little spooked, but they're just sitting there, and there's still 3 structures on fire. Smoke is still kind of bellowing through the village square. You see more corpses over here laying in blood. There's these buildings. There's
Bunch
these
of
buildings.
dicks, man.
So there's
Bunch of
1,
dicks.
2, 3. There's 3 structures, 3 buildings, and then the tent camp in the back.
Should we check all the houses really quickly?
well, I asked these dwarves, what's those tents back there for? Who would be back there running around?
They say that is the miners' camp. She says this is a mining village. We mine copper, although the trade has certainly dwindled in recent years. That is where the miners live. I don't know. Maybe most of them were killed. I don't know.
Did you say that they were reptilian creature ran up there?
No, you saw a very tiny humanoid creature run
Ah.
from one tent to another. Very small humanoid creature.
A goblin, maybe?
You couldn't tell because it was so far away.
Maybe.
Alright.
It had light blue. It had like dark blue and light blue clothing. Very, very small.
Hate those guys.
Scampered very quickly. And like I said, you have 1, 2, 3 structures and a camp in the square in this tower.
Should we?
So, do they think there's other people in these other structures that need saving?
She says, she points to this. They're kind of out here with you, and she points to this building and says it's a bakery. She points to this building and says it's a copper mill. She points to this building and says that is Alahadra's wares store, where people who come in and out of the village trade.
Why don't we check
What's the copper house?
It's the copper mill.
copper?
Copper mill. That's
The
it.
mill where milling goes on with copper.
Should we?
That's what she
Oh.
tells.
Oh,
And
we're
this-
going there.
And this is where the miners live, and they come and go. They're not. It's not always populated. Depends who's working the mill or the mine.
So should we check all these houses first and then check out the camp?
Sure.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's check for survivors.
I think we'll check through the houses and see if we.
You just gonna go around, or
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a bakery. She told you.
Yeah.
And when you walk up to the doors, you see that there's blood. The doors are open; they're ajar, and when you walk up to them, you smell fresh baked goods. It has that scent coming out of it, which is quite a contrast to what you've been smelling as you're walking around here. So it smells like fresh baked good. There's blood out front the door, and you kind of peek your head in, and you can see it's a bakery. There are tables, breads, and baked goods, and it's been rummaged through, and there's bread and stuff laying all around, flour sacks ripped open. That's what you see from the door.
I'll take a step in and just kind of look around inside.
And you walk in, and you see tabletop bins filled with flour and wheat, as well as other tables lined with rows of fresh baked breads, pies, muffins, most of which have been half eaten. And you see 2 gnome corpses laying on the ground in blood as well. There's 2 more dead bodies.
Despicable creatures.
They slaughtered everybody in this village, as far as you know.
Despicable creatures.
So that's what's in the bakery.
They deserve the justice that they've given.
So you move
We'll move over.
anything you want to do. There's pies, baked goods, bread, open
No.
flour. Okay.
I'm
Is
just.
there any gold in the pocket?
Nope, not in the bakery. You
The
didn't
right-
search it.
I don't-
You gotta tell
Eating
me
the
if you're
baked goods from
searching.
a couple of dead no bakers.
Why don't we check the copper? There might be something interesting.
Okay, so you walk to the mill, and that's kind of an open air front of a mill, and you see this small mill is used to produce items made from copper. You find tools, wooden crates thrown about, oil, scraps of copper, and metal working devices. That's what you see from kind of the outside looking in.
Should we step in?
Let's take a look. Yeah,
I think we'll step
I
in.
think we're just gonna search every one of
I
these
think we're gonna.
buildings.
I think we're gonna search the building. We're gonna search this copper mill.
You're gonna search the copper mill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a perception roll.
Can I help with that, or
Sure, you can.
Anybody can roll. Whoever's searching.
Well, you have a minimum 18, right?
Yeah.
Number 18. You look, and there's sort of a back room in the mill. It's like a walled off area that has an entrance to the side, and you walk into that area, you peer into it, and you see a carpet on the floor, and on the edge, just coming out of the edge of the carpet, looks like a cellar door going into the floor.
I found the door here.
Let's go. See what's down there.
You are skilled
And
at
you
finding
notice
the
that
way.
the rug that covers it is kind of bunched up, as if it's been jostled around.
Okay, so I kind of move the carpet out of the way and I tell everybody to get ready. And with my cudgel, and I open the door.
You open the door and you just see a pit, and in it are two dwarven children that have been hacked to death.
Jeez.
They've been stuffed into the trap door.
What?
I go.
What's going on?
Reynard
This is
is
a freaking horror movie.
Reynard is absolutely
This
disgusted.
is
No
this is
kidding,
what they
man.
did.
Reynard is absolutely disturbed by
Two
it.
dwarven children.
Genocide going on around here.
It's like Children of the Corn.
All right,
I just
that's all you see in this mill.
Fine.
Reynard is just.
Gregor, is your blood boiling yet?
One of the most vile scenes you've
This
seen.
is the
I
most
don't know
disturbing.
if I can take much
in
more.
a very long time.
This is horrific.
Yeah, it's so horrific.
Slaughtered children.
And Greg, he's
Gregor,
barely.
you're probably like Yosemite Sam right now. Oh,
Dude, I am so outraged. It's unbelievable.
You guys can decide yourself.
Children.
Really
Roth is like, I've seen worse.
This is
Um,
horrible.
And
It's
so
very
you
low.
have there's a walkway going up. This is where it elevates up on both these sides to the raised area. Or she said that this is Alejadra's Wares, which was a store, and you did spot two corpses laying.
Why don't we?
Anon's gonna try to pull the bodies out and just lie them out on the ground and try to, just cover them with a sheet or a blanket or anything you can find.
all the bodies that you find?
The two kids that were stuffed in the trap.
Okay.
Or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah, you kind of pull them out.
Just gonna
It's
pull them up or pull them out.
it's
Just
so
to
depressing.
show
and-
respect.
This is
Yeah.
this is horrible.
This is so vile, and you pull them out, and you begin to gather some of the bodies, and you find some canvas tarps and stuff, and you're putting them over the bodies.
Rotha pulls some feathers out of his cape
So-
and
so-
it blesses them, but with the Raven Queen that they can find their way to their final destination.
So you're doing that. You're kind of trying to be decent about all this and pull out the bodies and cover them. And, yeah.
I say we search this camp. I don't think I can take much more of this.
What about the leader's house? It was near the entrance, you said, right?
Yeah. It's not on the map, but his house is kind of right over here, and it's kind of up in the hills.
Should we search the camp or head back?
I want to see if the lord of this town is here, if he was killed too, or what's going on.
I am more than willing to head back with you, Gregor.
That's what
So right now you want to walk to the Lord's house.
Yeah, I want to see if he's still alive.
Yeah.
So,
you
there's
cross-
nothing in these other last two houses in this area, though.
We didn't.
Well, you didn't look. There's the raised area with the tents and Alejadra's Wares and this tower. The only things really you can check. That's all that's left here.
So-
Although you haven't gone up into this area, so you don't know what else might be out there.
All right, you guys want to check out these last 3 things down here, or do you want to go somewhere else?
I kind of want to see what if that guy is even around the village.
See if he's in his home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's got somewhere he was able to hide or something.
Okay.
Why don't we see?
You want to do that?
I agree. I'm
I mean,
gonna
we can come. We'll come back.
Okay.
I just
So
want to
you-
see what.
So you walk across the square, and you walk through kind of a little grassy patch, and you see, not a big home, but a nice looking home where they pointed out was his house. And you get to the front door, and it's got some barrels and stuff out front of it, but it's just a closed door to a home.
Reynard knocks on the door.
No answer.
I can open it.
And it is open. You walk in, and you see a normal home. Looks like a dwarven home. It is definitely a dwarf. It's pretty obvious to you lived here.
Has it been
It looks very family oriented. It just looks like a common
Does it look
residential home.
ransacked?
It does not.
I yell out. Is anyone alive in here?
No answer. And it is a 2-story home, but
Reynard
it looks very typical.
Reynard's gonna go upstairs.
When you go upstairs, you see bedrooms, a little intrigue.
I search.
Nothing.
Does it look like
I
a
search all the rooms upstairs and see if I find anything.
And not only do you not find anything other than the common household wares, but it does not look like it's been ransacked or invaded at all.
Does it look like it's been lived in at all?
Yes.
People have been here.
Yeah. There's fruit in the kitchen with breads cut. Looks like recent activity in the house.
Can I do a perception or investigation check to see if I can find any secret doors or
Indeed, you
traps?
can. You search the house for any kind of secretive something or other.
12.
You do not find any.
Is there any sign that people have been here recently? Any more?
Just you
being
see.
spoiled or anything?
I mean, you just see. It looks to you as if somebody was living in this home. Yeah, very like this is a home that someone currently lives in. There's, like I said, there's sliced breads and cheeses and stuff on the tables and books and just things that you would typically find in a common residential home.
Strange that this home was left intact.
Does anybody think this is a coincidence?
And it is off to the side, like it's up over here, and there's a couple of like farm structures and some farms here. Like I can show you kind of what's over here. This house is a little bit. This house is like up over here, and you see these farming kind of areas. There's a monument here, a small monument that you kind of saw as you were coming in, but it doesn't look. It looks inconspicuous. Nothing.
Does it seem like this is kind of off to the side, off the path, so wouldn't necessarily be like the first place to be attacked?
Yeah, I mean, you
It's kind of just off to the side where maybe they didn't notice it.
are all you guys over at the house?
Yes.
Okay, just each give me an investigation check.
This will be great.
It's,
4.
14, 4. So, Anon, you kind of roll. You kind of are assessing, and you realize maybe that wherever the orcs came from, the probably didn't come from this direction. You just entered the village and began slaughtering. You never really got to this house. That's
seems
your
this-
impression.
Yeah. Seems this house might have been a bit off the path for the orcs to attack immediately. So my guess is whoever was here might have left as soon as they heard the attack going on.
Where would they have run to? There's nothing but forest and open road.
Who was it that was living here again?
She told you that Renjan, the village lord, and his family live there. Lives there.
And everything else like behind it, surrounding it, is like just forest.
Yeah, just this is all nestled into these rocky foothills. So there's trees, but there's a lot of boulders and rocks and everything all around. It's actually it's a very beautiful village, actually.
Well, I would think this lord of the village would have tried to protect his family, but I'm sure he would have also come back to try to help the village. So I would assume he's still close.
Probably to where? I don't know. I think we should head back to the camp and see if we can figure out what that thing is.
Yeah, so you come back into the village. We'll wait for Pat. But, Rose, you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. We're waiting for Pat to come back. And, I got a piss too, so why don't you guys talk about what you want to do?
I gotta take a fist.
Too much information. So, what do you think of this adventure so far, Brandon?
Awesome. Loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool new. I like the setting so far. It's just new and different than what I'm used to. So
That's kind of what he made it for.
yeah,
Yep.
That's what he made it for.
different from the good old room. So
Well, that's true. Playing the Forgotten Realms for so long. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets a little old.
yeah,
Is that where your other campaigns are?
yeah.
Yes. That's where ours is too. I created my own setting, kind of like what he did, but I've never used it before.
Yeah, the nice thing about it is, in Faerun, like you're familiar with everything, so it's a little bit easier to
Yes.
come up with,
Right.
backstories and
Yeah,
things
it's-
like that.
Yeah, there's so much stuff you can look at,
Yeah,
but it's kind of nice, to play somewhere different.
yeah.
I'm trying to think of like cool setting would be like Dark Sun would be a cool setting.
Or Planescape.
Planescape would be a really cool one.
Yeah, what'd they do? They did Dragonlance and Spelljammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the Spelljammer isn't that popular, huh?
No. I
I
guess.
don't think it did very well, man.
I don't think they really thought it out very good.
No. Planescape would be cool. So would like a whole Raid launch setting too. Set in Domains of Dread. Darkstone would be a really cool one though.
Yeah, because there's no magic in that, right? Or there is, but it's very limited, isn't it?
It's very limited. It's very looked down upon.
Yeah, it's just kind of
It's a dark.
yeah.
It's kind of like it's a dark, kind of destroyed world.
What would you like to do, gentlemen?
What about Gamma World? Gamma World.
Gamma World.
Never played that.
Everything's random, I guess, in that game.
I think we
Even when
tried.
when you create your character, it's a bunch of tables and randomness.
Why don't we? I think we should head back to the camp.
Should we find that creature
Yeah.
we saw?
I think so. It might be him.
I'm afraid there must be more bloodshed before we can leave.
So we'll head back to the. We're gonna head towards the camp.
To the tent camp?
Yes.
Do we want to bury these people? I know we've covered them.
It's not our job right now.
Come back to that later. There could be more danger ahead.
So you guys actually take the walk up here and you come into the tent camp, and what I can tell you is when you first came in, you saw a creature the tiny creature run from this tent to this tent. That's what you saw. And while you're up here, you see all of these tent camps. You see the rocky side of the mountains up here, and you see this, which is an entrance to a mine. So that's everything that you see up here. What would you like to do? And you see this burning fire, and it's you see a corpse there, bleeding.
You see a dead
blood
corpse.
everywhere.
Also, I forgot. You see a dead corpse. too.
And another
Bleeding
corpse.
corpses.
22. There's been 22 or 23 people murdered so far. That you can find.
Oh my god.
And
Hell.
you see this
Wow.
fire pit,
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
fire pit burning, and it's only got a small fire in it.
Jamestown, man.
No ki-
I kind of want to search the tent where that thing went to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Smack it
run.
over the head.
I'm gonna go to the tent where I thought the thing ran into.
You walk up to the tent and you can kind of see it's only cracked open a little bit. It's got canvas. It's just cracked open a little bit.
I kind of open and peek in.
And you look in and you see a little table, a little chair, and you see thick blankets on the ground. And they're kind of disheveled, but you see thick blankets. They're just on the ground.
Can I do a perception check to see if I can hear any slight movement or breathing?
Sure.
Natural 20.
You hear and see nothing. But you do see these thick blankets that are all just disheveled on the ground.
This is all dirt on the ground.
Yeah, it's got a canvas floor.
But I mean, like outside, it's all just.
Oh
dirt,
yeah, this is all
right?
dirt and rock.
So I looked for fresh tracks. I'm not too good at that, but I mean,
Yeah, I'll check as well for tracks.
We shall all check for trap.
You can give me a roll. I'm gonna have to give you a high roll on this in order to see it.
So what is this roll? You think, you
Just
guys?
if you see any particular
Would
tracks?
this be perception or
Survival or
survival?
Identified. I was thinking, give me a.
what would it normally be when you're checking for tracks?
I think it might be survival.
I think it's survival.
Okay.
I'm not very. I'm 0 on that.
Sure. Let's go with it.
Can I try and look?
Whoever's got the highest survival.
I got a +1.
Yeah,
You
plus
should get it at advantage since we're all helping.
Mal roll with advantage, or
Or is it +2? I don't remember.
I'm gonna
It's
help.
a help.
I searched. That's the.
Is that a natural 20? That symbol, or is that a 1?
That is a natural 20.
Yeah, that was I just rolled natural 20.
You rolled a natural 20 to look for tracks.
Yeah, for the survival roll, which I'm usually not very good at, but
You know, you're looking and you seem to what you think are. You see 2 footprints in the dirt that is just scuffed and is kind of shaped. The foot was about this big. The shoe is like this big. The creature was so tiny when it ran in there, it could have been an animal. It was so small. Something darted, but it kind of ran like a humanoid. That's all you can really tell. But it ran into that tent.
it's not there now.
All you see are blankets on the ground and a table and a chair.
I'm gonna run up to the blankets and pull them up.
Pull them up, like pull them out. You do that. You see a hole in the ground. And in the hole is a female gnome child. She's like this. And she's horrified. And she's just looking up at you like this.
I found a survivor.
It's a gnome child. She's got light blue and dark blue clothing on. And she's so horrified. She looks scared. She's shivering and she's just looking up at you.
Does anybody speak gnome?
Sure, they speak our language.
I go, we're not here to hurt you, dear. We killed all the orcs.
And she is speechless. She just is. She looks so scared. She begins to weep, and she doesn't know what to do. She's just looking at you.
I kind of stare at her and I hold out my hand to say, you can hold my hand if you want to, dear. I don't care.
She kind of looks at you and she reaches her tiny little hand up to you.
So I hold it, and I hold it very gently. I go, it's okay.
So this is going to be kind of weird. Maybe not weird,
I killed the gnome child.
but yeah, no. I am going to touch her and I'm going to cast heroism on her, which will imbue her with bravery, and she will be immune to being frightened.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's an interesting move.
And you do that, and her demeanor instantly changes. And she just she looks a little bit liberated from her fear, and she says, "Who are you?" She's a child. Who are you? What happened to my family?
Are those dwarves with us still? They kind of, we told them to stay with us.
I mean, they're kind of following you around. They're scared still. Yeah, they're kind of near you. They're watching what
I
you
go.
do.
I usher them to come in to the tent,
And they do.
and I say, "Do you know who this is?"
And they look at her and they say, Philabel. Oh, Philabel. And they get down on their knees and they embrace her. And they both, the two dwarves look at you. And they say, her parents, they've been murdered.
I go, "Okay."
And they're just embracing her. And she's embracing them.
Reynard just kind of in shock of the whole situation, kind of rubbing the back of his head, not really too sure what to do with all this carnage. He goes, I'll be honest. This is the first time where I've seen so much death and destruction and violence that I have no idea what to do."
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It's
I don't know what to do.
would you rather stay here, or should we take them with us? Or
I don't know what to
I
do.
don't know what to do.
And the dwarves say to you, our home lies on the other side of the hill. I don't know if we can take another, but we certainly can try. We can care for her.
If your house is safe and not attacked by the orcs, then I suggest heading there. We'll try and spread the word that this town's been attacked, and maybe send some aid.
And she says, we had heard word that there have been raids on villages. We were frightened. We hoped that it wouldn't happen here.
We encountered orcs on the road.
What?
Not here, way far back south, but we did encounter some. There seemed to be more than usual.
And she says, it is a dark time.
Indeed, it is.
She just lowers her head and she embraces Philabel. And Philabel's parents have been killed. She's alone. They said that they could take her. They don't know if they can care for her or not. And you can search this area. You can go to Alahadra's wares. That's about all that's left. And there's a entrance to a mine right on the other side, right at the end of this sort of camp.
A mine. They call it a mine.
What would you like to do?
I'll ask the gnomes. Do you know if the lord of this village has any hiding places that he might use in a situation like this?
They say, no, we have no idea. He lives in his home and he runs the village. He's a kind man. And he typically lives with his family. He must be around. I don't know.
We searched
Hopefully
his
they weren't
place
killed.
and could not find him or his family.
Oh, my gosh, I don't know where he could be. We need him now.
Could
What
he,
will happen to our village?
could he be taken?
Perhaps. I don't know.
Maybe they hid in the mines. Is that something that they might do in the town?
She says, no, she doesn't know. She doesn't think so. She doesn't know. She has no idea where he is. What happened to him.
Just don't know. I mean, you could stay here, I suppose. We could give you one of our horses, and you could try to ride to the nearest town for safety.
She says, if we cannot find Renjin, we must leave. But the village is destroyed. I don't know what to do. We need Renjin. He could guide us. I don't know where he is.
There's no other place he might go to besides his home.
Unless he left the village. I can't imagine him being so cowardly, but it was complete madness and mayhem. The orcs and Ettins just ran right into the village and began killing everyone they saw.
Bad news.
Very bad news. I don't know what to do. Maybe search this last house and then
We'll search this last
Let's search the last.
Oh,
You're gonna search. All there is left is well, like I said, there's the area up here, and then there's Al Hadra.
I'm gonna search all the. Why don't we search all the tents?
the tents.
Yeah. We'll
You
search.
search the tents, and there's just typical items of miners. You see pickaxes, you see some boots and loose clothing and stuff, and basically I mean, I can tell you that this is the area where the miners live, and they kind of hang out back here when they're not working in the mine. And even in the shack, it's just a bunch of tools, mining tools, ropes, pickaxes, axe heads, shovels, buckets. That's all you see in all of this. It's pretty. The people who live in this area of the village, the shanty tent camp, are pretty much impoverished.
Is there anything else we can do here? Or maybe search this.
Check the last house.
Why don't we check the last house?
So the last house
Yes.
is Adra's Wares. It's a store.
Okay.
And you walk over to it, and the door is open, and it's cracked open. This is a small store. It holds various items such as cooking utensils, adventure pouches, rope, water sacks, boots, clothing, etc. This is what you see when you first walk in, and you see a counter. It's kind of like almost like a glass. It's a wooden counter with a glass top. It's like a display case almost. You see stuff hanging on the walls, barrels, shelves of stuff. But you see this counter, and you can't see beyond the counter. It's like a 3-4 foot height and 4 foot wide counter in the center.
Well,
Or it's off the wall.
why don't we check and see what's there?
You walk further in, and you see the body of an orc on the ground. It's dead, and blood is pouring from its head. And you see a very fine-looking short sword next to him. You see an orc body dead.
Is the owner of this place a fighter? I asked the dwarves.
No, it's a woman, and she's been killed. She's in the square. She's dead.
Who's short sword? Does the mayor own a short sword? Is he a fighter?
She says there was a couple of villagers who have skills in combat, and one of them, his name is Gunther. He was known as the swordsman of the village. He too lies dead in the square.
Right. So when you say a fine-looking short sword, like I asked for Watha to look at it because he has a fine-looking short sword too, I believe.
It looks very well crafted.
Does
Very
it appear
sharp.
magical in any way?
Give me an investigation check, if you will, please.
Am I able to help out with that at all?
Sure.
I'll help it. Yeah, that.
We'll investigate it together, right? Well,
Yes, I suppose so.
17.
The short sword is absolutely pristine. It has the hilt, the end of the hilt, where the end of it is an eagle head, and the blade itself is just polished and pristine and extremely sharp, and the whatever that's called, the hilt is a finely polished silver, and it just looks like an absolutely fantastic short sword. But you don't know what it does or if it's magical. It just looks immaculate.
I'll take it.
So I go, I don't think there's anything left to do here.
Is there anything left of this
Is
town?
there a back room in this building right then?
Nope. So the only, like I said, the only place you really then haven't looked, I guess, is you know, there's the only thing left is the fountain full of blood and the mine, the copper mine. That's the only things you have really invested,
Full
like
of
checked
blood.
out. Fountain full of blood. It's got two floating corpses in it. It's filled with blood.
Jesus.
Well,
Wow, you were really dark. Okay.
I guess we.
I'll pull the bodies out.
Yeah, let's look and see who they are.
They pull those bodies out, and it's a couple of humans, and one has a morning star near it, and the other one's just face down in the bloody water. They look like they have decent armor, and they were carrying weapons. It looks like to you.
Were there other humans? So these are fighters?
You get the impression that maybe they were like mildly experienced fighters.
Okay.
They have like decent armor, like scale mail on, and they were carrying weapons. There's a flail and a morning star lying near them.
Can you use a flail, Gregor?
Those weapons look.
No,
They just look normal weapons.
Yeah. They actually look like they're kind of aged.
I already have a morning star. I can use if I need to.
And you look at some of the bodies, and they were just all sliced and hacked, and there's nothing ordinary, like out of the ordinary. You can't.
Should we check the mine then?
Guess if that's
suppose
the only
it's the
thing
only
left,
thing
I
left.
suppose I'm
You're gonna walk. You're gonna
see
check
more
the mine.
slaughtered bodies.
Probably, yeah.
So you walk to the mine,
Oh,
and you just
no.
see an opening, and you peer into it,
It's gonna be like from The Shining.
So I was just gonna
And-
say that, man. Like a
and it is,
river of blood that's gonna come out of there.
you just look into a void of darkness. It's completely dark.
I'm gonna cast
Stacked up.
light.
Cast light spell.
Yep.
And you walk in. And it slopes down. It's like about a 20-degree slope down. So you're walking and you're sloping down. Nice.
Nice.
And you keep walking to the slope, and you can see coming up is a drop off. And you see a mechanical pulley system. And it's a whole bunch of rope is piled up with a rope, and it's got like a tray that you can see is lowered down. And there's two ladders on the edge of this drop off that go straight down into the mine. That's all you see. Your light spell's illuminating it all, but you see this tray that can be lowered down and two ladders that go down. But you walk 20 feet down the slope, and this is at the end of the slope.
What did you cast your light spell? Anything in particular? Or just
Cudgel.
You cudgel.
Oh, do you want me to drop it?
I was gonna say you can throw it, but you don't want to throw that.
It's a
What?
cantrip.
I can cast it again. If
Yeah, I
you
would
give me
cast it on like a stone or something.
I'll cast it on a medium-sized rock, and I'll kind of drop it down the hole.
You casting your light spell on it.
Yeah, so it's off my cudgel. It's now on this rock.
You drop the rock down the hole.
Yeah.
So that's going to stay lit when you do that?
Yes.
What's the range?
It's 20 feet of bright light and 20 feet of dim light.
That's interesting. So you cast it on there, just illuminated rock. You're all kind of looking over, and you drop it, and it drops, and you just see the ladders, and you see the ladders stop at a ledge, and then there's another like ledge that goes down, and another set of ladders that go even further down, and it just drops out of sight, and you don't see anything other than this shaft with ladders that just keep going down.
So I cast light on my cudgel again. Okay. Should we even go down? It goes down pretty far.
You get the impression that it's a deep mine. I mean, you're going to be ladders. There could be even another layer of ladders after that. It's going down, But there is a ledge there, and then at the edge of that ledge is another set of dual ladders that go down.
I'm just gonna yell out again. Is anyone alive in here?
No response.
Yes.
Yeah. Help me.
Yeah, no response to
No.
that. And then your voice just echoes through it, just like you said.
Yeah. I think we're done here.
I think we're done here as well.
This has just been a
It's been a
tragic event.
tragic, horrible.
All right.
horrible.
Are you going to come back out of the mine?
I am, yeah.
You come out of the mine, and the smoke is cleared. The rain has now put out the fire of the other two structures. It's just smoldering. The two dwarves are here, and they're just, they're still over here with Philabel. And they say, thank you for liberating our village from these vile creatures.
We didn't liberate much, but we did as much as we could.
And they're just devastated. They're just, there's nothing left. We must find Renjin. Where could he have went?
He probably fled the village
Why would he be so cowardly?
because he realizes that he can't fight against orcs.
Yes, I suppose. There's much healing to be had. I
Perhaps
suppose we'll find a way to rebuild the village.
It'll take time, but yes.
Could he perhaps be within the trees, hiding somewhere in the forest, in the rocks?
At this point, he could be dead for all we know.
But we have not found his body.
I don't know where he is. Let us hope he returns. He was a good man. He led us. He kept this village alive until now. And they're just. We will take Philabel with us, unless you can somehow care for her. Can you give her a better life? And you're just looking around this village, just smoke, blood, death.
There's a chance.
Nothing left.
There's a chance that we might run into danger though on the way there.
I see.
Where we're going might be more dangerous
Than here.
anything.
Can't we fit her into your little bag helmet?
It can't hold air for that long.
I'm just kidding. Well, she's very tiny.
No, it can't hold air for that.
Well, I mean, she could fit in a probably like
She could fit in your
a
backpack.
kind of
She's like this. She's this big. You know, she's that tall. Like even that. And but they say we must rebuild the village. Please, if you can, could you somehow bring word to the Council of Nations? That's what they say to you. And you know, you know, as citizens of the Wildlands, that the Council of Nations is a very organized national body of leaders, and they ask you to somehow get word to the Council of Nations of what's going on in things that there have been raids. There's mass death, and people are being slaughtered by orcs and hobgoblins. And they also say that they have heard that the gnolls have been spotted as well in the area. She said, we cannot live this way. Please, someone tell the Council of Nations. If you come across anyone who can get word to them about what is happening here, please help us. All right. So they're going to take Philabel. Again, unless you want to take her.
No.
And
it's like 11:50.
yeah, we
I
can
think-
stop here.
I think we're in there. Wow. Okay.
That was quite a long battle. Okay, so
Jesus.
let me just say, we can conclude with: do you want a long rest here? You can. I mean,
I mean,
Yeah, might as well.
you killed the invaders. There is some places
I
you
would
could
say
stay in the top
I would
floor
say
of
the
the
last
building.
thing we'll do is that Reynard will help try to. He has a shovel. He'll try to bury the bodies.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the dwarves say we will join you, and they will see proper burial, and they also offer you rest in their homes on the other side of the hill, and they will feed you as well if you
Sounds good.
want to do that.
Okay.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
All right. Well then.
Where's Renjin?
That's
And
what
why
why the
asked.
hell did it get so dark all of a sudden?
That coward.
Or it's like, hey, we're at a festival. Oh wait, no, now there's a bunch of dead dwarves and gnomes and gnome children shoved into cellars.
Yeah, man.
Dude, this was a fucking just no holds barred. They came into this village.
This is
and
that
killed
love of,
everything they saw.
This is that love of Drakari coming out, isn't it?
Well, you know, it's the Black Age, man, and this is a very remote and kind of a savage part of the world, and it's gotten worse in recent months.
Yes.
Very cool, man. That was cool.
All right, guys.
Hey.
Good times, man.
The village of Jaromé has been liberated, although everyone's dead.
Or mostly everyone, yeah.
Almost everyone.
Hardly liberated, man. These poor people. We could have showed up a few days earlier. Maybe we'd have liberated.
And with regarding like the darkness of this, yeah, it really gets started.
Wow.
You guys haven't even gotten. You'll see. You'll see how dark this world is.
Cool, man.
But
That's
you are
very cool.
you are the shining light in the world, though. You guys, that's your job. To bring light to the darkness. All right, Rose.
All right, thanks, man.
Dude.
All right, later.
Dude.
See ya.
All right, later.
See.